Hi, author Lucy McConnell here. Welcome to my channel where I share my audiobooks and a little bit of other stuff. So the book that you're about to listen to is called From Festival Kiss to Wedded Bliss. And I had the title of the book before I had the idea or the characters. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes I get a character idea first and then the title is really hard to come up with. Sometimes I get a story idea or just have a little inkling of something that I think would make a great story, and I start from there. But in this case, I was lucky because I had the title, Festival Kiss to Wedded Bliss. And then I also had this fun idea for a character. Now, the main character is based on a girl that I saw at a rodeo, my kids' high school rodeo. And we were in St. George, Utah, and there was this girl that had run barrels, and she was coming out and she got off her horse. She came out of the arena and she got off her horse. And it was her grandfather that was there to greet her. And he took the reins of her horse and the two of them walked back to their trailer. And I passed them on the way. And there was such a sweetness and tenderness from this grandfather to his granddaughter that I thought, what if that is a character's main relationship in her life? What if she's raised by her grandfather who adores her? And yet this grandfather was kind of a tough old cowboy, but you could see the softness in him for his granddaughter. And I really loved that. And so I wanted to capture that in this story, that he's a little bit gruff and that she's been raised by this guy that's a little tough and humble cowboy, but also that he has such a great and huge love for his granddaughter that he would do anything for her. And so that is where the characters in this book, the main female character and her grandfather, come from. And her red hair is based off of this girl that I saw at the rodeo who had this absolutely beautiful red hair. And I was just amazed by it. She looked so cute and adorable. So anyway, that is where the idea for this book started. And then, of course, the whole story and everything had to build from there. But it was a joy to write about that relationship. And so I hope you pick up on that, besides the obviously wonderful romance between Dean with Dean Westbrook. He's the quintessential bad boy of the Westbrook family and of Harvest Ranch. And so bringing him home was a little bit of a challenge. And he's facing that challenge because he's fighting his own demons and also the reputation that he earned from being a leather jacket wearing, kind of rough and tumble guy himself when he was younger. So I hope you like it. This juxtaposition of opposites attract, grumpy sunshine, and all those wonderful tropes came together in A Festival Kiss to Wedded Bliss. And I hope you enjoy this book and that you fall in love with Harvest Ranch, Virginia, which is one of my absolute favorite small towns in the whole world. Have a great day and thanks for listening. Let me know what you think in the comments and enjoy the story.
From Festival Kiss to Wedded Bliss. Written by Lucy McConnell. Narrated by Christina Dimmick. Chapter 1. Harvest Ranch is a wonderful place to live, no matter the time of year. But there's something magical about the fall. Virginia trees change color like a golden-hued peacock spreading its tail feathers. They aren't ashamed of their beauty. On the contrary, they put on such a display that one can't help but stop to stare. Like different shades of leather laid out on the table from light to dark, the golden light that filtered through the branches held all the feelings of possibilities, and Kayla Tyler itched to sketch out a purse that would showcase Harvest Ranch's unique grasp on all things autumn. Which was exactly what she didn't have time to do, no matter how captivating the woods bordering the Harvest Festival grounds looked against the setting sun. And it was truly a sight to behold. She wasn't the only one aware of God's paintbrush tonight. All around her, business owners, who should have been busily stocking shelves and tables at their booths, paused to take in the splendor. Then, remembering the 10 o'clock deadline, they'd shake themselves and refocus. Kayla stood in front of the booth and glanced both directions. She carried a crate of belt blanks back from the car. It was one of many that needed to be unloaded. Their booth was sandwiched between a specialty soap shop and a farm decor booth, a good place for Grandpa's leather goods. The town was full of creative types who wanted to turn a profit on their passions. New this year was an alpaca yarn booth. The small herd had been kept for years as pets, and the owners were debuting their product this season. Kayla was surprised at the quality of yarn she'd seen earlier that day. Not bad for a first-timer. Sticky and Sweet's honey booth was a couple doors down, so that should bring in foot traffic. The food vendors weren't far, though she wished the hot chocolate stand was closer. She could really go for one of Presley's gourmet cocoa blends. That woman had a gift. Last year, she'd put out a pumpkin cocoa that instantly warmed a person's body and spirit. Hopefully, she'd have a recipe just as delectable this year. Kayla glanced down at the sketchbook tucked under her arm. It was full of fall-inspired purses and bags, including everything from pumpkin patches to scarecrows as decorations. Then there were the elegant designs, the ones with sleek lines and rich brown leather decorated with gold grommets and snaps. Oh, the possibilities! Kayla. Kayla nearly dropped the crate of belt blanks at the whip in her grandfather's voice. Stop wool gathering and bring those over. We only have a couple of hours before Audrey starts handing out fines. Audrey worked as the coordinator for the festival this year. Kayla drew in a deep, calming breath that smelled like cinnamon-roasted almonds and honey. Another perk of the Harvest Festival, the scent of her favorite foods hovered all around and bumped into her at every turn. I'm coming, she replied good-naturedly. Just because you're older than dirt doesn't mean you get to act as mean as rocks, she teased her Grandpa Billy. He ran his hand down his face. Sorry. I'm feeling my age and the pressure tonight. He pressed his hand into his lower back and moaned as he straightened his spine. He wasn't that old, and he still moved with the agility of a 40-something-year-old. He was probably hungry, considering they'd skipped dinner. She'd have to call Wicked Pizza and have them deliver, because there was no time to pick something up. If they weren't all set up by 10, they'd be charged a fine. She understood the rule, what she didn't understand was why they always seemed to be behind. No matter how early they left the house to start setting up, they were always pushing to finish up. Well, if it isn't Billy Tyler. World champion saddle bronc rider Lucky Preston stride into the booth. As the two men caught up, Kayla's eyes dropped to Lucky's championship buckle, held in place by one of her grandfather's one-of-a-kind belts. He'd made it for Lucky on request a few years ago. Looked like it held up well, too. Meet my granddaughter, Kayla. Grandpa motioned to her. Kayla ripped her eyes up to meet Lucky's open gaze, and her cheeks flushed for getting caught staring at his middle section. Hi. I was looking at your belt. She shook his outstretched hand and mentally kicked herself for sounding so lame. It's my favorite. Lucky grinned. I'm hoping to order something for my fiancé, Swayze Westbrook. I know her. Kayla gulped. More like she knew of Swayze. They'd gone to school together, not that that meant anything where she was concerned. But don't ask if she knows me, she probably doesn't. Kayla was the quiet type, happy to be on her own and not stand out, unlike Grandpa, who loved the spotlight. She dropped her eyes and kicked at the thick carpet she'd rolled out for the booth that morning. Lucky laughed, though it wasn't directed at her. I feel like she knows everyone in town. Which is why I was so happy to see a friendly face. He gripped Grandpa Billy's shoulder and grinned. Grandpa chuckled. Of course Swayze knew everyone in town. You couldn't roll a pumpkin without bumping into a Westbrook. Case in point, Wynn, the woman who owned the booth next door, was Swayze's cousin. Not to mention the guy who managed Grandpa's YouTube channel was also a Westbrook. Oh, and the elementary school principal, and the owners of Chocolate, and on, they were everywhere. Grandpa folded one arm over his big round belly. We don't open until tomorrow. Stop by anytime, and we'll talk all you want. Lucky nodded. Looking forward to it. With a tap to his black Stetson, he sauntered into the foot traffic of festival organizers, booth owners, and performers. Kayla let out the breath she'd been holding since he'd arrived. Grandpa chuckled. When you untie that tongue of yours, let me know. It'll never happen. She grinned to cover up her regrets. Grandpa was all charm and conversation, and she was all glue-mouthed and awkward pauses. She'd long ago given up the idea of capturing the attention of a room full of people, unless it was by tripping into a punch bowl. Another memory she'd rather forget. Grandpa swiped a hand across his damp brow. I don't remember the festival being this much work. That's because I set up on my own last year. She winked at him. He'd had an order to finish and a tight deadline, so he'd stayed in the garage turned workshop. She'd loved setting up by herself. Not because she didn't love her grandpa, but because she'd been able to put in earbuds and pretend she was the only person here. You could have stayed home this year too. Make a new video for subscribers or something? He shook his head. I can't work that darn go camera dilly without Brody, and he's out of town for a couple of days. Kayla managed to keep from giggling that such an accomplished man was brought low by a camera small enough to fit in the palm of his hand and light enough to strap to his forehead as he worked. Grandpa's leather work, everything from horse tack to western belts, had been famous long before YouTube, but he had a whole different set of followers now. Instead of having to travel the rodeo circuit and work like a dog to have enough stock for the National Rodeo Finals in Las Vegas, he sold most of his goods online. The change was welcome considering his age and growing health concerns. Kayla hung the belt blanks on a hook, making sure the smooth side of the leather faced out. The festival was a great place to sell unfinished pieces. Customers came through, watched Grandpa, and even her, create a work of art, and wanted to try for themselves. When they realized it wasn't something they could pick up in a couple minutes, they'd place an order. She glanced around at the chaps, harnesses, necklaces, earrings, bracelets, belts, and so much more, and a pit of worry formed in her stomach. Are you sure about leaving all this here tonight? They were low on stock this fall, thanks to a store in Park City, Utah, that had bought out most of their items. The Park City store owner was more than thrilled to host BB Leather Works on their shelves, marking them up to twice what Grandpa sold them for online. If anything happened to their remaining stock tonight while she and Grandpa were gone, they'd be in a world of hurt. Grandpa wrinkled his large nose. There's security. She scoffed. I've seen their security, little more than teenagers and men who want to play cops and robbers. Let's hope they're good at the game then. Kayla rolled her eyes. Grandpa. Kayla, relax. No one is going to steal our stuff. She pressed her lips together and turned away to keep from arguing. Grandpa had grown up in Harvest Ranch, and he trusted customers on a handshake. Sure, it worked out with the locals. But there were people from all over the country coming into the festival. She looked around at those rushing by, seeing a few unfamiliar faces. What if they were casing the festival, knowing that tonight was when the boss would be fully stocked and most vulnerable? The idea made a chill rush down her spine. Hello, tent. When Westbrook waved as she made her way through the farm-style furniture scattered throughout her store and into BB Leather's shop. Kayla grinned and hurried over to hug her hello. They'd gotten to know one another at the festival meetings, and Kayla was thrilled that their request to have adjoining booths had been honored. There was another bonus to having Win close. Kayla would have some much-needed girl talk time. Grandpa waved to Win before turning back to the bracelet stand to arrange leather cuffs in various styles. Looks like you two are almost ready. Win glanced around at their cash register stand, an old, worn-smooth walnut wood stand built 20 years ago by David Ward. She took a big breath. It smells so manly in here. Kayla laughed openly. I'm not sure that's a compliment for me. Win swatted at her. You know what I mean. It's the leather. She waved her hands around. It's like a baseball glove, a saddle, and cologne all mixed into one. Her eyes lit up. What's that? As usual, Win didn't miss a detail. She'd narrowed in on Kayla's purse sitting atop the register stand, her latest creation, and grabbed for it. I love it. Kayla ducked her head. It's just something I was playing with in the workshop. She reached over and showed Win how the right seam opened to reveal a hidden pocket. There's magnets sewn into the leather so it looks like it's one piece. She'd thought it a great place to keep her sketchbook. And the color. Wynne ran her fingers over the teal. I want one. Kayla laughed. Take it. What? No. I can't take your purse. Kayla removed it from her grasp and extracted her wallet and then the sketchbook and pencil. The wallet was made of alligator skin and didn't match. Normally she would have made a set, but she didn't have the inspiration for the wallet. To her, that meant that the bag must have been intended for Wynne. Sometimes things just worked out like that for Kayla. She'd make something, not knowing who would need it or why. Not long after it was done, she'd find the perfect home for the item. Like now. You can take it. I insist. But you could sell it. Wynne was reaching for the straps even as she protested. If only she knew how close she came to tapping on Kayla's dream of having her own line of leather goods. Well, it didn't do a person any good to focus on things that wouldn't ever be. Not after I used it myself. Kayla laughed. Really, take it. Wynne hugged the purse. It's perfect. She lifted the long strap over her shoulder, the purse resting perfectly on her hip. I'm glad it makes you happy. Kayla hugged herself. This moment, this feeling that came from pairing a woman with the purse that fit her needs and made her feel special, this was what she loved. If only it paid the bills. Wynne? Judd Westbrook, Wynne's husband, called from the other side of the tent. Where do you want the dining table? Wynne pulled her lips down in a funny face. I'd better get over there. Kayla nodded. I have to get back to work too. Wynne turned to walk away. Wait. Kayla grabbed her elbow. I'm worried about leaving all this here. Are you guys staying the night? Maybe they would keep an eye on her booth too. Wynne shook her head. It's against the rules. We have to clear out. What? They let us last year. The organizers had allowed booth owners to sleep in their booths, provided they didn't cause problems. She'd stayed most nights, snuggled deep into her sub-zero sleeping bag with a heater cranked all the way up. It was one of the most adventurous things she'd ever done, and she'd been looking forward to doing it again this year. Wynne lifted a shoulder. New rules. How did I miss that? Kayla pressed her palm to her forehead. She'd been to all the meetings, read all the emails. Maybe she'd skimmed over those parts because she'd already made up her mind about sleeping here. Wynne patted Kayla's hand. I'm sure it will be fine. Easy for you to say. No one is hauling that table off without a forklift. Kayla gestured to the bar-height kitchen table with solid 8x8-inch legs. Wynne laughed as they both turned to see the table in question being carried by no less than 6 Westbrook men. Kayla's heart lurched. What would it be like to have a family like that? One that showed up to help? She glanced at Grandpa and felt guilty for coveting Wynne's in-laws. She had Grandpa, and she considered herself lucky to have him. Life could have been so much worse if he hadn't taken her in when she was just 3. Wynne, it's not getting any lighter, called Maverick Westbrook. Coming, she replied, lifting her arm in the air to let them know she'd heard. Kayla let her go this time. Her friend had bigger things to do than stand around and soothe Kayla's frayed nerves. It wouldn't be so hard to leave if what they had was easily replaceable. But each piece was handcrafted, literally a portion of her or Grandpa's life was stamped, stitched, or cut into every one. She went back to unloading. She opened a box to reveal the leather-covered mug she'd designed for this year's festival. They'd been a source of contention between her and Grandpa. She'd ordered a stamp with the festival logo, with permission from the festival committee, of course, and then stamped it into sheets of leather and added a handle. She'd then sewn the leather so that it fit snug around a thick glass cup. Finally, she'd placed a cup inside each holder. Grandpa had admitted that they turned out all right. They were too plain for his tastes, but Kayla loved the streamlined look. It was tough and manly while being elegant. With each mug stacked, she felt the weight to protect what was theirs grow heavier. Someone had to make sure all this was safe. The night watchmen were untested and brand new. If she were a thief, she'd pick tonight to strike. Which meant that if she had to take drastic measures to protect their stock, her grandpa's business, and their profits, then she would. No one had to know she spent the night in their booth. Breaking one little rule wasn't that big of a deal. Not that she'd know, she'd always been a rule follower. Still, people bent the rules all the time and didn't get caught. A thrill raced through her. She was so doing this. Chapter 2. I Won't Let You Down. Dean Westbrook ran his hand through his thick, wavy hair and then dropped his arm to his side. Better to play it cool and act like being hired as a security guard for the biggest festival in Virginia wasn't a big deal. In truth, the job paid half what he was used to making, and the hours were terrible. But it was what the job stood for that mattered to him. Being back in his hometown made creating the right reputation more important than the salary. I hope not. Sheriff Chris Calvetti leaned back in his seat. His round belly hung over his belt and the gray hairs had crept past his temple and were taking over the rest of his head. I grew up with your old man, you know. He was a real son of a gun. Dean bit the inside of his cheek to keep from throwing out the words that really described his father. They weren't appropriate in the office, even if the office was a small trailer that spent most of the year parked behind the police station. I'm not going to lie to you, Dean. There are people who think I'm crazy for taking you on like this. Dean pressed his lips together. I know I didn't leave behind the best reputation when I left. He glanced down at his hands clasped in his lap. It wasn't like he'd done anything wrong. It was more his black leather jacket and bad attitude that turned most people away. That and his father's history of punching first, drinking too much, and a long list of disorderly conduct charges. Dean wasn't much of a praying man, but if God was listening, he'd take a few words of wisdom at this moment. I've grown up a lot since I left. What was he doing pleading his case? People didn't believe his words. They would only believe his actions. He should just keep his mouth shut, keep his head down, and prove to them all that he was a better man than his father. Chris stared at him, his eyes half closed, evaluating. After what seemed like an eternity, he leaned forward. I'm starting you on night shifts tonight. If you can handle that, then we'll work you into the regular rotation. Night shifts. Right. There was more than a trial period at play here. Chris was trying to keep people from knowing he'd hired someone from the black sheep side of the Westbrook clan. His bed and breakfast cousins, country cousins, and those who ran Chocolate were respected in this town. But everyone knew not to trust Dean Westbrook Sr., and that had bled all over Dean Westbrook Jr. his whole life. I'll take whatever shifts you have available. Chris nodded. Grab yourself a uniform from that closet and suit up. You start tonight. Dean nodded as he stood and stretched his arm over the desk. Thanks. You won't regret this. Chris shook his hand. See that I don't, and we'll talk about joining the force full time. A thump-thump sounded so loudly in his chest at the news that Dean was sure the chief heard it. A full-time job on the right side of the law would show people in this town that he was a better man than his father had ever been. Not to mention a better man than they'd ever think he'd be. How many times had he heard or overheard someone say that he was the spitting image of his dad right down to his scowl? Well, there'd be no more scowls. He was going to be the best security guard at the festival and the nicest guy on staff, and then he'd have a sponsor for the police academy. He hurried over to the closet and found a uniform in his size. He'd change in the public restroom and get out there, making rounds, right after the 10 o'clock curfew. If Chris wanted him out of the limelight, then he'd stay out of the limelight. He'd prove he could be a team player. He paused outside of the Red Barn to call his twin sister. She picked up on the second ring. How'd it go? She asked without saying hello. They had their own way of communicating without all the social niceties. It drove their mother and little sister, Stacy May, nuts. But it worked for them, and they never tried to change it. I got the job. Even as he said the words, the weight on his shoulders lifted off and took flight into the crimson sunset over the tree line. Man, that was a sight. Harvest Ranch knew how to do autumn up right. I forgot how much I liked sunsets. That's because you've been away from home too long. He grinned even as he shook his head. His sister was Harvest Ranch loyal through and through, while he'd been full of fight and adventure. Well, the adventures proved to be as fulfilling as sucking helium from a balloon. And the fight that made him burn inside had simmered into a controllable substance he managed to keep a lid on. I guess that means you're sticking around for a while, she prodded. For a while. It wasn't much of a promise, but it was the best he could give. The festival lasted through October. He had a job for 31 days. After that, well, he'd just have to see if he could overcome the ghost of his father in that amount of time or not. I missed you. I'm glad you're here. Thanks. He grimaced, unable to say all the mushy things to her that she so easily tossed to him. I gotta go. Don't want to be late for my first night. Be careful. He chuckled. It's Harvest Ranch, what could happen? He clicked off without saying goodbye. Didn't need to. Leanne was probably eyeball deep in a novel before he pressed the end button. When they were young, she'd fall into imaginary worlds where princes saved the princesses and slayed dragons in order to leave their horrible home life behind for a few hours. Her love of reading never waned, and she was more often trapped in the plot of a story than creating her own. If only life were that easy. He changed quickly and hurried out to his pickup to stow his other clothes. The loudspeakers crackled to life as he strode back through the main gate with all its pumpkins in a variety of colors and sizes, dried cornstalks, baskets of freshly picked apples that gave the air a sweet tang, bunches of orange and red flowers, aged wooden ladders and lanterns, and a giant welcome sign. We will be locking the gate in 10 minutes, said a woman's voice. Please secure your booths and leave the premises. Frantic booth owners worked to close the fabric sides of their tents. Some of them were zippered, while others had to be tied in several places. Dean nodded to those who made eye contact. More than one jaw dropped as residents took in his uniform and face. Not for the first time, Dean wished he'd taken after his mother instead of his father in looks. There was nothing to be done for it though. He lifted his chin and carried on, doing his best to look official and sure of himself even as he wondered if he'd made a mistake. If the urgent whispers and darting glances were any indication, Harvest Ranch didn't seem to want him. The quest to prove his worth had taken over his good sense. Which was why he'd spend the next 8 hours wandering up and down these aisles and alleyways instead of sleeping. Nothing would go missing on his watch. Heaven help the person who tried to pull one over on Dean Westbrook tonight. Chapter 3. Kayla's eyes flew open and she threw a hand over her mouth to stifle the sound of her rapid breathing. The night was pitch black, except for a strange light around the bottom of the tent wall. Tent? It took a moment for her to remember where she was and why she was there. She was in the booth, protecting their stock from thieves and hooligans. Mostly hooligans, because she wasn't sure what she'd do if a man barged in here with a knife or a gun. Which was a dumb thought, because anyone breaking in tonight would not need a weapon, because she wasn't supposed to be here. She had to calm down. Counting as she breathed, she added one more second to every inhale and exhale until she'd managed to slow her heart rate. The only problem with being calm was that she was suddenly aware of the reason she'd woken up. For the love of sneaking out, her bladder would be the death of her. She shimmied out of the sleeping bag and worked her feet into her shoes, using the sliver of moonlight as her only light. She didn't dare use a flashlight or turn on her phone, because someone might see the light and come to investigate. The guard had walked by every 35 minutes on the dot, always walking east to west. Sometimes whistling, which was a dumb thing for a watchman to do. She heard his whistle long before she ever heard his footfalls. If she were a bad guy, she'd be able to predict when he'd be near, hear him coming, and take him out without any trouble. Good thing she wasn't a bad guy. Now she had to wait for him to go by again so she could slip out and Crunch, 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 crunch. There he was. His steps were slow. Perhaps he was getting tired. Or maybe he'd heard her cry out when she'd woken up. She had no idea if she snored, moaned, talked, or yelped in her sleep since she'd had her own room her whole life. He paused on the other side of the canvas wall. Kayla sucked in her lips and held still. She could see the toes of his boots, nice boots made from thick, veg tan leather dyed black and finished with a coat of waterproof spray. The scent of them hit her nose, and she guessed they'd been out of the box less than 24 hours. She wondered who this guy was, because he had great taste in footwear. She continued to hold her breath, praying for him to get going. She had to go, and if she didn't get to a bathroom soon, there'd be puddles. After an eternity, the boots moved on and she let the air out of her overtaxed lungs. She counted to 572 before slowly unzipping the canvas and letting herself out. The porta-potties were 2 rows over and 3 booths down. She stuck close to the tents, hunching over like a burglar in a children's cartoon for no other reason than because she'd seen those very cartoons every Saturday morning of her childhood. She made it to the bathrooms, staring at them across the path with longing. Checking both directions for a security guard, she darted across the space feeling as if she were getting away with the greatest sneak of her life. With a sigh of relief, she let herself into the bathroom and took care of business. Every sound was 10 times as loud in the stillness of the night and the echoing booth, but there wasn't much she could do about that except hope that the guard was in the corn maze and unable to hear her. When she was done, she waited for the sound of the guard whistling as he walked by. It didn't come. Maybe he didn't walk this way. After all, what dangers lurked in the potty? Her eyelids grew heavy as she leaned against the door. It wasn't like there was any place to sit down and wait. When her chin dropped to her chest and she staggered to stay upright, she decided she'd have to risk stepping out. Moving slowly, because the spring on the door moaned something awful, she barely opened the door wide enough to slip out before slowly shutting it behind her. With a pat on the handle, she turned to take in her surroundings. Judging that the place was as still as the grave, she darted across the path and back into the shallow shadows around the booths. Keeping her head turned to watch behind her, she didn't see the guard until she ran right into his hard body. She bounced off of him and landed on her backside in the frost-covered grass. Her eyes traveled up and up until they met the cold, dark gaze of one Dean Westbrook, Harvest Ranch High School's bad boy. She gulped. He stared down at her, his gaze unyielding. Dean wasn't the type of guy anyone wanted to run into in the middle of the night in a deserted festival. Blood rushed through her ears, blocking out any sound. She was so scared, she could have, and probably would have, peed her pants if she hadn't just gone the bathroom. Thank the Lord for small blessings. What are you doing here? She meant for her words to come out demanding and harsh, maybe even a little scary. Weren't bears and bullies scared off by someone bigger and louder? Instead, they came out in a whisper. Shoot. She was so not bear-like. She tried again. Are you stealing stuff? He grunted as if her words had hit him in the solar plexus, and his eyes darkened. Her thoughts scattered in every direction, throwing random tidbits at her like flashes on a computer screen in quick succession. How fast could she run with her shoes untied? What exactly was a solar plexus? Self-defense videos about punching a guy where it counts. The frost-covered grass biting her palms. No one knew where she was, they'd never find the body. The light winked off Dean's security badge. Wait, security badge? Was he? No way. Dean Westbrook was always on the wrong side of the law. There's no way he'd work security. Maybe he was impersonating a security guard. Maybe the Real Guard was knocked out somewhere, tied up and left in only his underwear. She glared up at Dean. How dare he? Whistle, she demanded, needing proof that he was who the badge said he was, and she'd heard the guard whistle all night. Dean shook his head. Once. That was it. The only acknowledgement she got that she'd even spoken. What a jerk. She gripped the too long grass, feeling it crumple beneath her palms. There was no way to know if he was the real security guard or posing as one. Especially since he refused to speak, an annoying trait that grated on her worse than the neighbor's cat howling at the moon from atop the fence. Her eyes dropped to his boots. They were made of high-quality veg tan leather and dyed black. That was a good sign. Dang, he really was the security guard she'd avoided all night. She chewed her lower lip. He could have their license revoked and them tossed out of the festival. Grandpa would be furious. Strike that. Grandpa never got angry, he would be disappointed in her though, and somehow that was worse. So, what brings you back to Harvest Ranch? She did her best to look innocent and charming, which wasn't all that easy, considering she was still on the ground and probably had a bad case of bedhead. In one swift motion, Dean swooped down, grabbed her upper arms, and hauled her to her feet. I came to arrest low-lives who think they can steal from hardworking people. The blood drained from her face, and her legs went weak. If he hadn't been holding her up, she probably would have landed right back in the imprint she'd made in the grass. I'm not a thief. Her hands landed on his solid chest to brace herself. He locked gazes with her, flint sparking across his deep gray eyes. Her lungs stuck, unable to bring air in or out, and her head swam. She'd never felt the thrill that chased through her like she did just then. It was made by danger, adventure, and something she couldn't quite name. Dean blinked. He let go of her as quickly as he'd grabbed her. She dipped before her body remembered that it could breathe and stand and function on a semi-normal level. Tell it to the judge. He pointed for her to start walking toward the security office. Kayla turned, dragging her heart along behind her. This was bad. Bad on so many levels. Her only hope was that Dean didn't connect her to Grandpa and his booth. If he did, they were ruined. Chapter 4. Not a thief? Did she think he was stupid? Only thieves sneaked around empty festivals at 4 a.m. wearing all black. He smirked. Too bad she'd had to take a potty break. The bathroom door had squealed like a witch doused in a bucket of water. He'd heard it open and shut from 4 rows over, and the hair on his arms had stood up. This place was kind of creepy at night, though he'd never admit that to his new boss, or anyone else, for that matter. In here. He held the door open to the security trailer. The light spilling through the open door gave him his first good look at his suspect. She was about 5'6", with a round face and a widow's peak. She dared a glance up at him as she went inside, her bright blue eyes full of regret. He averted his gaze before he was drawn into hers. The regret was an act. It had to be. No one was that authentic. Besides, she'd whispered her own accusations at him. She wasn't all softness and female wiles. There was fire in this woman. Have a seat. He pointed to a hard wooden chair in the back corner. It was positioned behind the desk, where he took up residence. She'd have a hard time getting out the door if she tried to run. There were forms to fill out, procedures to follow, and he wasn't quite sure what he was doing. Of all nights to catch someone burglarizing, it had to be his first night. So much for a trial period, he'd been tossed into the deep end of the pool and better learn how to swim. He pulled open the desk drawer and thumbed through the file tabs, all while keeping her in his peripheral vision. He found a file that looked promising and removed it from the drawer, using his knee to shove it closed. She let out a sigh. It was a soft sound, like the coo of a dove. No. She wasn't a dove. She was a hardened criminal, even if her hands shook when they'd landed against his chest. Better to not think about that moment. The 3 seconds, 10, when he'd held her against him. Not that he was trying to, but she'd been limp and uncooperative. He should have let her fall. This helpless female act wasn't going to work on him. Although if it wasn't an act, then he'd scared the candy corn out of her. Name? He clicked the pen and poised it over the form. Calling the police and having her booked was an option. He could also let her off with a warning. Or he could ticket her. Some training on these things would have been nice. He glanced at the clock. If he could stall for a while, the chief would be in and he could take over. Kayla Tyler, she replied. Listen, if we can do this without contacting my grandpa, that would be better. He lifted his eyes from where he'd written her unfamiliar name. What does your grandpa have to do with this? Nothing. She bit her lip. But I get one call, right? Her lashes fluttered as her eyes dropped. Not from me, you don't. I'll let the police figure that out. He dropped his gaze, but didn't miss her sharp intake of breath. Police? Is that necessary? Yes. Maybe? Like he knew what he was doing. He gritted his teeth. Did you think batting your eyelashes at me was going to get you off? She was silent. He finally looked up to see if she'd nodded off in her chair, only to find her glaring at him as if he'd insulted her cornbread and chicken. Dean Westbrook? He jerked back at hearing his full name on a stranger's lips. She said it like someone from town would, someone he'd grown up with. But he had no recollection of this beautiful woman as a child or even a teenager. He would have remembered those blue eyes. I wouldn't bat my eyelashes at you if you put me in handcuffs and threatened to drag me behind your horse. I don't have a horse, he blurted like an idiot. She rolled her eyes. It's an expression. I've never heard it, he grumbled, hunching over the form as if he could block her out, her and everyone else who thought he was lower than the mud on their boots. Clearly. She folded her arms, all pretense of being a lost puppy gone. In its place was a fire that could have burned the devil himself. What are you doing home anyway? I thought you skipped town like your dad. It was his turn to combust. He stood so fast the chair flew across the small room and slammed into the wall. Kayla's eyes rounded. He leaned over her, getting as close as he dared. She smelled like laundry softener. Let's get one thing straight, I am not my father. She nodded mutely. He instantly regretted his outburst and the fact that he'd physically intimidated her. Not like his father? Dean Sr. would have been the first to jump down a person's throat or make sure they knew their place. What was wrong with him? Dropping his chin to his chest, he groaned. I'm sorry. The words had been hard to say the first time, but he'd had a few years of practice under his belt, and they came easier now. I didn't mean to be so loud. Loud was a pathetic description of what he'd just done. Truly. I apologize. He ran his hand through his hair. My dad's kind of a trigger for me. He offered a rueful smile. Like you couldn't figure that out. She nodded, unfolding herself from the protective position she'd taken up. No. I'm sorry. I didn't realize my words were so upsetting. Dang, she could dance around an issue as well as he could. The tension left his shoulders, and he chuckled. I guess we're both a little on edge tonight. Irritability is a symptom of not sleeping. He took several steps and retrieved his chair. Then what's your excuse? He prodded. She lifted an eyebrow. He chuckled again. I guess if you know I haven't slept, then you haven't slept either. She shook her head. Although it wasn't for lack of trying. My sleeping bag, she trailed off, stopping as if she'd said too much. He wrinkled his forehead as he considered her. Are you homeless? I will be after tonight, she mumbled. She didn't look homeless, although that would explain a lot. But it didn't explain how she knew his name or his history. Do I know you? He asked. They'd gone past the formality stage, between arrestor and arrestee, with the I'm sorry's. He may as well lop off all pretense of professionalism. She heaved a sigh. We went to school together, from the 3rd grade on. He shook his head. No way. Nope. Not believing it. The only redheads he knew were the Ward twins, Allie and Joe. No one forgot them, especially Allie. Mrs. Jenkins. Mrs. Porter. Mr. Allen. Mrs. Gardner, she rattled off his grade school teachers in order as she ticked them off on her fingers. When we got to 7th grade, we had English and math together. That was Mr. Tooney's and Mr. Ford. She drew a breath as if she were going to continue. Whoa. He held up both his hands. She stopped talking. He leaned closer, taking in every inch of her face. There was a trace of freckles across her button nose. Her lips were full. He tried to picture her with glasses and couldn't. Her brows were brown, red-brown, but brown. A beautiful complement to the red undertones in her hair. Who are you? Kayla. Tyler. She ground out each syllable with pained exactness. The door flew open and his twin sister, Leanne, breezed through, carrying a to-go cup from Chocolate and a pastry bag that smelled like pumpkin chocolate chip muffins. Dean leaned back in his chair and checked the time on the wall clock. It was almost 5. What are you doing up? He asked. Leanne worked at the library, which didn't open until 10. She said it was the perfect job because it gave her all morning to read. I couldn't let your first day of work go uncelebrated. She glanced at his prisoner and smiled. Hey Kayla. Kayla gave her a small wave and a smile that transformed her face from worry lines to otherworldly beauty. Hi Leanne. Dean balked. You two know each other? He pointed back and forth between them. Leanne laughed. Only all our lives. We were library aides together in high school. Kayla smirked his direction. Dean tapped his fingers on the desktop. This could complicate things. Although Kayla being a high school library aide explained a lot. He wasn't the type to hang out in the library or even breeze past it. Unlike his sister, he'd chosen detention over every other extracurricular activity. Leanne's forehead crinkled just like his had moments before. Don't tell me you don't remember her. He lifted a shoulder. He arrested me for trespassing, Kayla offered. You? Leanne cackled. Kayla nodded, though there was a glint of indignation in her eye that said she wasn't happy about being considered a goody two-shoes. Leanne grabbed her side and hooted. Nice job, bro. You arrested Harvest Ranch's most dangerous criminal. She wiped the moisture out from under her eyes. Dean's neck burned. He could only imagine the shade of red it must have turned under his sister's teasing. Great. He'd not only arrested a local who probably had a decent reason for being on festival grounds, but he'd managed to nab someone with a perfect record and a perfect reputation. He'd made a real mess of things on his first night. She was sneaking out of the porta potty at 4 this morning. He tried to defend himself. On top of the embarrassment he felt for messing up his job and not recognizing someone he'd spent his whole childhood with, he could sense Kayla's unease. She'd said something about her grandpa. Was the old man going to rough her up for getting in trouble? Maybe that's why she was such a goody-goody. Protective instincts rose up inside of him, the likes of which he hadn't felt in his entire life, and he'd had plenty of times to protect his sisters and his mom. This was different, though he couldn't put his finger on why. The door swung open, and Chris sauntered in. Leanne sobered. She whipped around and splayed her hands on the desk, whispering, Dean. Let her go. Let who go? Asked Chris. Dean took note of his superior hearing. Before he could answer, Kayla waved at him from her seat in the corner. Hey Chris. Kayla. He acknowledged her with a nod. Turning his full attention on Dean, he spread his feet hip-width apart and folded his arms. What's going on? There had to be some way out of this without embarrassing himself, or Kayla, further, but for the life of him, Dean couldn't see it. There was only one recourse, the truth. He would be the laughingstock of the festival, but it would get Kayla off scot-free. There were other jobs out there. I arrested Kayla early this morning as she was leaving the... Leanne cleared her throat in the way she had that told him to stop talking. She'd done that for as long as he could remember. He used to resent that noise, but his better judgment overruled his younger self, who would have thrown a fit, and he amended his statement. As she was sneaking around between booths, Chris swung his gaze to Kayla. She lifted her hands. Guilty. What were you doing over here so early? Asked Chris. He leaned a hip against the desk. Dean was all the more interested in the answer to that question, which he realized he should have asked in the first place. Although why he was so curious about her was beyond him. There was no need to get all interested. But that's exactly what he found himself doing, and it wasn't at all professional. Darn it all, he kind of liked it that this library aide had a wild side. Kayla bit her bottom lip before standing up and rubbing her palms down her jeans as if her hands were clammy. I'm sorry, Chris. I didn't mean any harm. I was just worried about our booth. We have tens of thousands of dollars invested, and I didn't like leaving it unattended tonight. She dropped her eyes. Or any night, for that matter. Chris huffed. That's why we hired security and you all had to pay higher fees. I know. But one guard, she tossed a hand toward Dean. The sheriff cut her off. And that's why we made the rule that y'all have to stay out. It makes it easy to figure out who the bad guy is. You'd think so, muttered Dean. Leanne shot him a look. He'd forgotten she was there for a minute, he'd been so caught up in Kayla's tale. He motioned for her to step to the side. Chris moved over to converse with Kayla in quieter tones. Dean overheard the words call Billy right before Kayla's head shook faster than a cornstalk in a storm. Thanks for coming down and supporting me. Dean held up the hot chocolate cup. He hadn't been into chocolate since, well, forever. His aunt and cousins ran the place, the Westbrooks everyone was proud to claim. Staying away from them was easier than having to answer awkward questions about his family. You're welcome. Leanne beamed. One sip and Dean knew he wouldn't be able to avoid his aunt for long. The peppermint white chocolate hot chocolate hit his taste buds with a zing of mint and a hug for his wounded soul. He wanted to fall into a vat of this drink and never come out. How could he go the rest of the fall and then winter without drinking this again? He couldn't. Presley, his chocolate witch of a cousin, knew exactly the spells she cast with her creations. He eyed the pastry bag with mistrust. Dean. Chris's quick call drew Dean out of his chocolate stupor. He glanced down at the cup and then shook the whole thing off. He hadn't slept all night, that was all there was to his strange thoughts and need for comfort food. Head out. I'll take care of this. Chris waved him off. Dean glanced at Kayla, her eyes on the floorboards and her hands tucked into her pockets. Can't we? She glanced around, looking for an escape. The sheriff shook his head. I can't ignore the rules, not even for you. Kayla flopped into the chair. Feeling like a flea, Dean snatched up the pastry bag and ushered Leanne out the door. Once they were on the other side, he squinted against the earliest light peeking over the treetops. Did you really arrest her? Leanne asked as they made their way to the parking lot. Unfortunately. Dean took another sip of cocoa. It helped ease his worry, but only some. I didn't know who she was. Did you ask? I was getting to it when you showed up. He was so lame. Kayla had a decent reason to be there, he understood the need to watch your back. Now he wished he'd done more talking and less accusing. She rolled her eyes. I'm sure it will be fine. Kayla's grandpa is kind of a rock star in the leather world. Chris was wearing one of his belts, for heaven's sake. Dean twisted the cup in his hands. You think? I didn't mean to cause trouble for them. I know. Yeah, but does she? He hurried to bring the cup to his lips, to keep himself from saying anything else. Leanne stopped by her car and looked at him, assessing. Sometimes it stunk to have someone who could read you so well. Why do you care? She asked. She's your friend. So? So if I'm going to be here, I don't want to make trouble for anyone, but especially you. And possibly Stacy May, who tended to make enough trouble for herself. Leanne tipped her head as one would when watching a cute puppy. Dean stood taller. He wasn't a puppy. Never had been. You did your job. No one will fault you for that. He snorted. You know that's not true. She glanced off to the entrance. We've had the cards stacked against us our whole lives. But the older I get, the more people judge me on what I do, and less on what Dad did. She turned back to him. I went to dinner out at the ranch a while back. Dean could have been knocked over with a dried leaf at her announcement. The ranch was run by their aunt and uncle. Family dinners out there were a weekly thing when the weather was decent. Dean's family had attended every Sunday until his dad had gone too far and was kicked out of the family. Why? Because I miss them. They're the only family I had in town. He flexed his jaw. They weren't there for us. Leanne looked away again. I don't know how much is their fault and how much was Dad's. 100% Dad's. He didn't even have to think about the math. Then I guess there's no reason to stay away from the rest of the Westbrooks. An age-old anger bubbled inside of his chest, one that he'd nursed for years after running away from Harvest Ranch. He'd been upset at his extended family before he'd left, but it wasn't until he was an adult and realized the options his aunts and uncles had ignored that he really let the anger roots bury deep into his heart. Dad was in the wrong. He was a liar, a cheat, a swindler, and a mean old cuss. But any one of them could have stepped in and taken us out of that house. Could they? Leanne opened her car door. Maybe for a day or two, but the law was on Dad's side. They should have tried harder. Leanne leveled him with a look. I've made peace with the fact that Dad scared people, even his parents. We were all victims. And the longer we let him keep us apart, the more he wins. Dean took a step back. Scared his grandpa Westbrook? The man was tougher than a biker, stronger than a boxer, and steadier than the changing of the seasons. He was the only one who'd ever stood up to Dad. Come to think of it, Dad was the one who'd told them they weren't welcome anymore. And, as Dean had already stated, Dad was a liar. Perhaps things weren't what he remembered. He mentally wiped the confusing thoughts from his head. I'm too tired to think about all this. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Leanne smiled indulgently. Get some sleep. You need it. He waved and then plodded to his truck. He managed to make it home before most of the tourists clogged Main Street and the routes in and out of the festival. But when he finally fell into bed, it wasn't his father or even the Westbrooks he thought about. It was Kayla and her blue eyes full of regret. She might have made a rash decision to sneak in and check on her wares, but that didn't make her a bad person. In fact, he liked her spunk. Admired it even. Funny, he followed all the rules and he still managed to make a mess of things. Why was coming home so hard? And what was he going to do about it? Chapter 5. Kayla dozed off in the horrible wooden torture device the security team called a chair. Honestly, why anyone even built such an uncomfortable contraption was beyond her. She stretched her arms over her head, desperate to keep blood moving through her veins so she could stay awake long enough to be booked in prison. As the sun rose in the sky, the first day of the festival began. The parade down Main Street was announced by police sirens and followed by the high school marching band. They sound pretty good this year, she said to Chris. The trumpets are less squeaky. He grunted. Kayla held in her pleas to be free. He could have let her go. He could have swept this whole thing under the rug with a warning. He could have been the lead motorcycle in the police brigade. But no. He insisted on waiting here for Grandpa to vouch for her character, bail her out, or whatever other dumb thing he insisted had to happen before she could walk out of here. She folded her arms and glared. I didn't do anything. I slept in my tent, why is that so wrong? Trespassing. She scowled. Darn rule. They should have voted on that. Besides, it was a public bathroom. The sheriff wasn't impressed with her argument. Surely, he'd heard them all before, and she was just making things worse by aggravating him. On city grounds that were off limits, he added before she could open her mouth again. She sighed. It was no use. Until Grandpa got here, probably enjoying every minute of riding over in a police car, she was stuck brooding over her bladder and its horrible timing, Ugh. If she'd been able to sleep through the night, she wouldn't have been caught by that darn Dean Westbrook. The man had no right to look that good in navy, with his stupid wavy hair and those gray eyes. Her mental eyes ran over the way the shirt pulled tight across his broad shoulders. They'd done that a lot since he'd left. More than she'd like to admit. The man was insufferable. Maybe if she'd been nicer to him, he would have let her go. Then again, he'd told her that batting her eyelashes would get her nowhere. Like she would do such a thing, she didn't even know how. Lash batting was for women who knew how to work flat irons and own treadmills, not a woman who spent more time hanging out with the over 60 crowd behind the grocery store than with people her own age. Dang, she needed a life. She kicked the table leg, feeling every bit the pouty teenager she probably looked like despite being comfortably over 25. You should be proud of your new recruit, he's as much of a stick in the mud as you are. That got a chuckle out of Chris. Good to know. She smiled stiffly. The moment might have been lighter if she wasn't so annoyed with the world right now. At herself for getting caught. At Dean for catching her. At herself for remembering what his hard muscles felt like under her palms. At Dean for the lightning that flashed in his gray eyes. That, coupled with his dark wavy hair and his chiseled jaw, was too much handsome for one man to have all to himself. At herself for thinking that in the first place. Dean. He must have been the most selfish boy child on the planet to not even notice a girl he schooled with for 9 years. She even remembered Tommy Thacker, the kid who moved in during 5th grade and out during 6th when his mom got a better job in California. See? That's what happens in small towns. People matter. Unless you're Dean Westbrook. Then no one matters. Well, Leanne seemed to matter to him. She smiled as she remembered the way Leanne embarrassed her twin brother into blushing. Kayla didn't know the last time she'd made someone blush, anyone. The idea felt like a challenge building inside of her, almost as strong as the inspiration for one of her bags, or the need to camp out here last night. The final trumpet blow from the marching band marked the start of the opening ceremonies. Kayla sighed. This morning was interminable. She needed to be in her booth, not sulking in the security office. The door swung open and Ethan Morrison, a deputy, stepped inside, followed by a smiling Grandpa Billy. Hooey. Grandpa slapped Ethan on the back. That was some ride. I've never been in the parade before. Kayla surged to her feet. You rode in the parade? She asked incredulously. Grandpa grinned. Sure did. Lead car. Chris huffed as he got to his feet, and she braced herself for a tirade. The lead motorcycle was his spot. Every year. And because of her, his streak was broken. Great. That was 2 marks against her with the lawman. She leveled him with a look. If he'd let her go in the first place, that would have been his spot in the parade. He stared right back at her until she wanted to crawl into one of the giant pumpkins outside and stay there until spring. What's this about you trespassing? Grandpa asked. He hooked his thumbs through his suspenders. They were her Christmas gift to him last year. Made from Italian leather and copper clips, they went with every single one of his shirts, and he was darn proud of them. Kayla hung her head. I was sleeping in the booth and had to go to the bathroom. The night guard picked me up. Grandpa's head swung around to Chris to verify the story. Ethan snickered. I'd expect something like this from the Ward twins. They're the redheads who get into some sticky situations, but not you, Miss Kayla. Kayla's ears burned. She could only imagine how this was going to sound in the rumor mill. Mrs. Lindgren would have a heyday with Kayla's now blotched image. Kayla frowned. Unfortunately, Mrs. Lindgren had a much better memory than Dean, and the story would be told and retold for weeks, if not years, to come. Chris hemmed and hawed for a moment. Clearly, you aren't pleased to start the festival off with an arrest. Ethan glanced from her to Chris. Arrest? I thought he was just a guard. Chris cleared his throat. He's not. Hope peeked out from the corner of her mind, and Kayla clasped her hands in front of her, pleading. He's not a sworn deputy, so that means he didn't actually arrest me? Right? She stood quickly. What if I promised to do some community service or something? Grandpa and Chris stared at her. She kept talking, pointing to the half-empty form on the desk. Dean didn't finish the form. So I haven't been processed or fingerprinted or anything, which means there's no official record of this. Oh, the dangerous feeling of a rising tide. She might just get out of here without a criminal record and a fine. Please, Lord, let me go free, she pleaded silently. Chris jerked his head toward the door. Ethan, why don't you take a walk for a minute? Ethan nodded. Okay. That was a good sign, right? Kayla rushed ahead. I broke a rule. Chris clamped his mouth shut on whatever he was going to say. Grandpa hadn't so much as moved a muscle. His anger was like a piece of new leather, stiff and uncomfortable. She shifted under his gaze. She began inching her way to the door, wondering how far they'd let her get before stopping her. Could she really walk out of here? I'll come by every night this week and grab a garbage bag to help clean up the grounds to show how sorry I am. I'll be a model citizen and booth owner. Cross my heart. Chris rubbed his jaw. I suppose. He crumpled up the paper. But if any of us catch you here after hours again, I'm going to have to take you in. Understood. Her back bumped against the door, the handle dinging her spine. Grandpa didn't move as quickly. That's right, nice of you, Chris. Chris shoved away the praise. She's never been a problem before, and I get that she was worried about your investment. Normally, Kayla would have balked at being treated like a child, being talked about as if she wasn't in the room, and having Grandpa given charge of her behavior, but she was so relieved not to go to jail that she clamped her lips shut. She whipped the door open, and sunlight blinded her. It was glorious. She stepped away from the building and threw her arms in the air, soaking in the freedom. At the grandstand, Mayor Helen James gave her opening speech. Tourists and locals mingled. Booths were opening for business. There were smiles and looks of concentration, anticipation, and determination. Grandpa joined her, closing the door tightly behind him. We'd better hurry if we're going to open on time, she said as she started walking toward their booth. Grandpa grunted. Kayla. The way he said her name had her feet cementing to the ground. She'd only heard that tone twice in her life. Once was when she'd spilled dye over a $350 hide. The other was when she'd broken a window to climb into the house the day she'd forgotten her key. She hadn't wanted Grandpa to know that she'd forgotten it, again, so she'd tried to slide her bedroom window open from the outside. Her backpack had swung into the window when she'd yanked on the frame, her math book cracking it from top to bottom. Grandpa came up alongside her. I hardly know what to say. She sucked in a breath. The look of disappointment was a heavy weight to bear. I didn't mean any harm. I was only trying to protect us, you. He shook his head. I'm not sure about your judgment. She reeled. What? Why not? You were arrested. She rolled her eyes. I was caught. There's a difference. See, that's what I mean. You're splitting hairs. If she were a cat, her hair would have stood up and she'd be spitting, she was so mad. Did you not hear? I volunteered to clean up the grounds to make up for that. I don't pretend that I'm a saint, but my intentions were in the right place, and if the committee had voted on the matter, I would have voted against the new rule. I intend to bring it up at our post-festival recap, believe me. Grandpa ran his hand down his face. He hadn't shaved that morning, and the sound was sandpaper on wood. I don't need you to protect me. I'm willing to leave that up to the professionals. She shook her head. I'm not. She stepped closer and lowered her voice. Dean Westbrook is the night guard, Grandpa. How desperate do they have to be to hire a guy like him? Grandpa's eyebrows rose up to his hairline. Senior or junior? Junior. The brows went back to their natural position. It's fine. Dean Sr. was a liar, but his son was only troubled, and even that I can blame on his father. She started walking. Well, I don't like him. And I don't like being treated like a teenager. I may live with you, but that doesn't mean I'm your charge. She wouldn't have called him if the choice was hers. Just another reason the whole situation grated on her spine. Win or Emily would have come for her without so much as a word of retribution or judgment. Grandpa was just being overprotective. He'd been her parent for so long, it was hard to break out of the role. She'd give him grace, but that didn't mean she couldn't tell him how she felt. Grandpa didn't catch up until she was at the booth, working the zipper open. They didn't say another thing about what happened, but his disappointment was a cloud that hovered over them throughout the morning. That was how it always worked. Actually, she didn't usually say anything either. They were two people who didn't know how to talk about the big things, like feelings and such. Maybe it was for the better, but Kayla found that the older she got, the more feelings she had and the more she wanted to act on them. Maybe she was going through a midlife crisis. That happened at 25, didn't it? She groused while Grandpa grumped, and somehow they managed to open the booth right on time. By the afternoon, she'd worked up a great speech to deliver the next time she saw Dean Westbrook, if she didn't chicken out. I'm going for a corn dog and a funnel cake. Grandpa groaned as he got off his stool. He'd been working on a special order belt for the last hour. It was done, at least his part. Kayla would add the turquoise paint and then stain the whole thing a dark walnut color. The finishing touch would be the jewel-studded buckle. The woman who'd ordered it that morning had good taste. Grandpa, she warned. Your blood pressure. Bah. I can't be expected to sit here for 31 days and not partake. His eyes cut to her and then back to the belt as he evaluated his stamped pattern. Maybe just the corn dog today. She nodded. And the funnel cake tomorrow, he said quickly as he hurried away from their tent. Kayla took his seat on the stool and unscrewed the paint. Maybe I should have gotten us kicked out of the festival. Save your life from your own bad decisions, she mumbled to herself as she worked. And you think my judgment is off? Huh. You're one to talk. A shadow fell over her work, and she looked up to greet her customer. All her words flew away, scattering like a flock of startled crows. You. She leapt to her feet and pointed at the nicely sculpted chest she knew much too well for a stranger. Hey, Dean said as he ran his hand through his wavy hair. I was hoping we could talk. He'd have to do all the talking, because her brain had been wiped clean by the shock of him standing in her booth, wearing jeans and cowboy boots. Nice boots. Dang, the man had an eye for quality leather goods. Why did he have to have such good taste? And why had he sought her out? Chapter 6. How many times had he run his hand through his hair? 2? 7? Dean shoved one hand into his pocket, awkwardly holding the electronic store bag in the other. He stopped and swallowed. He wasn't normally a stutterer. Not when his father screamed in his face demanding answers, nor when the principal sat him down and had a long talk about his choices in life, not that either had done much good. The thing was, neither of them had these big doe eyes. And while his father had looked at him with hatred, Kayla loathed him. The worst part of all this was that he'd earned that look from her. He cleared his throat and tried again. I'm sorry about what happened last night. Don't say that. Kayla darted a gaze over her shoulder at the woman in the booth next to hers. Dean squinted. Of course it was a Westbrook. Wynne might have married into the clan, but she was every bit of family as any of the others that carried the name. Sorry? He asked. He wasn't supposed to apologize. Kayla turned her accusing gaze back at him. Don't say sorry about last night. She mimicked his lower register. People will think something happened between us. Something did. Dean insisted as he leaned over her table and whispered loudly, I arrested you. Kayla glared. Only halfway. Thanks to your incompetence, I got off with community service. He wrinkled his forehead. My what now? She shook her head. Ask your boss. She leaned over the belt she was working on, painting the flowers a pretty blue color. Her strokes were long and sure, even though the brush was impossibly thin. You're good at that. He hadn't meant to blurt that out, but there it was anyway. Besides, saying something nice was better than arguing with her. I should be. Lots of practice, she answered, but she didn't look at him. He glanced around the tent. Did you do all this leather work? My grandfather did most of it. Most, but not all? What's yours? He could buy something she'd made. Maybe that would smooth things over between them. She glanced around. I made the jewelry and the mugs. She pointed to the stand. He meandered over, taking in the workmanship as well as the price tags. A low whistle escaped his lips before he had the chance to stop it. Though he wasn't looking at Kayla, he could feel her hackles rise just as surely as a night guard felt the moon come up. He put on a friendly smile. They're good. Great even. I've never seen their equal. She lifted an eyebrow in challenge. But you think I'm charging too much? He scrambled to come up with another reason for his whistle. Actually, the belts aren't my style. He pointed down. And they don't match my boots. A surprised smile appeared, but she wiped it away with the back of her hand. He took that as an opening. Listen. I'm sorry I made things difficult for you, and I'm sorry I didn't remember you. More sorry than she'd know. I guess I was trying too hard to not mess up this job. She held the thin paintbrush tightly in her hand. Thank you for saying that. He waited for her to look up at him. She didn't. He sighed. They might not ever be friends. At least he'd cleared the air as best he could. The ball was in her court now. I thought this might help you feel better about staying home tonight. He set the plastic bag on the table, careful not to bump her or the belt she so intently painted. She didn't stop working, and he backed away slowly. I'll see you around. Yep. Every night this week as I pick up garbage to pay off my supposed crime. Yikes. So that was the community service she'd been handed. After a long day of working here, she'd be cleanup crew. He held in his sigh. Okay then. He wandered off, feeling her eyes on his back, like pointed darts covered in poison. Sheesh. He'd been here less than a week, and already he'd made an enemy. A pretty one at that. He wandered through the booths, trying to get the layout in his mind so he knew what was inside them. It felt weird standing guard over something when he didn't know what it was. A few people waved at him. Others outright stared. But none of the looks he got compared to the one Kayla had thrown his way. He didn't know why he wanted her to like him so much, only that he did. What was he supposed to do with that? Chapter 7. Was that Dean? Wynne sidled up to Kayla's work table, an interested glint in her eye. Yeah. Kayla kept her head down as she applied the dark stain to the leather. If she messed this part up, she'd have to tool another belt, which would take a little over an hour. The woman would be here to pick it up soon, so there wasn't room to mess up. Wynne stared off in the direction Dean had left. I didn't know he was back. Oh, he's back with a vengeance. The wool cloth slid along the surface, leaving behind beautiful color. On the videos Grandpa made, the most popular section was when he'd wipe stain down the design and it popped for the camera. What does that mean? Wynne asked, curiously. Kayla finished and set the rag aside. In this temperature, it would be 20 minutes before she could turn it over and do the other side. He tried to arrest me last night. She thought about that word, arrest. More like he caught me here and took me into custody. She rolled her eyes at herself while Wynne watched her struggle to put the story together. I mean, he took me to the security trailer, but because the police were busy with the parade and he didn't process me correctly, I was let free and Grandpa got to be in the lead cop car for all the town and everyone here to see. She waved her arm. So pretty soon the story will be out there because Chris wasn't in his spot and the whole of Main Street will want to know why. Wynn took in her story with a few nods and complete acceptance. She knew all about the gossip that floated through this town, and ignored it completely. That was one reason Kayla liked her so much. Wynn leaned over the desk. "He brought you something." She nudged the sack. "I saw him drop it off." "I don't want it." Kayla used a baby wipe to clean her fingers. "I don't like him coming around, and I don't need his apologies." "He apologized?" Wynn ran around the table and grabbed her arm. "Dean Westbrook apologized to you?" "Yeah?" The word came out more of a question than a confession. Wynn swatted Kayla's arm, her eyes flashing. "He is so into you." "No way." Kayla grabbed the bag. "And I'll prove it." There's nothing remotely romantic about it. She reached in, grasped the plastic container, and pulled it out. "Security camera that reports to your phone." She read the packaging. "Wait. What?" She reread it. Wynn's smile dropped. "I was hoping for a box of chocolates." Her bottom lip poked out. "I love it when Jed brings me chocolate." Kayla found herself smiling at the gift. A security camera. It was so thoughtful. "This is better. I can set it up in the corner." She looked around. "There. And if there's any motion, it takes a picture and sends it to my phone. If someone broke into the booth, I'd know." She traced the outline of the small camera behind the plastic. "I didn't even know they made things like this." Wynn was studying her. "Better than chocolate?" Kayla laughed for what felt like the first time that day. "I don't need a man who brings me chocolate. But this," she waved the package between them. "This is needed." "Oh." Wynn dragged the letter out suggestively. "A man who knows your needs before you do, that's a guy to hold on to." "Stop it." Kayla shoved her arm. "There is nothing like that happening." She held up a finger to stop Wynn from arguing. "And there won't be." He felt bad for making a big deal out of nothing and was trying to buy my forgiveness. "Kayla Tyler, that's a jaded way to look at things." "I know." Kayla deflated in her stool. "I don't know what's come over me lately. Can I have a midlife crisis at 26? If you want one." Wynn grinned. "Maybe you're discovering your real self. They say that doesn't happen until you're in your 20s. Well, if my real self is a rule breaker and a grudge holder, I'd be better off being my old self. At least that version of me could walk into heaven on a cloud. This version would have to crawl in while St. Peter was distracted." Wynn laughed. "I'll provide the distraction, and I'll meet you at the chocolate fountain inside the gates." "Deal." They shared grins. Wynn looked up as two women exclaimed over something they admired in her booth. "I have to go. We'll talk more later." She squeezed Kayla's shoulder. "Of course." Kayla smiled as she left. Her gaze was drawn back to the motion detector, and a sense of unease filled her stomach. Seemed like her old self felt guilty for being mean to Dean when all he was trying to do was help her. Not even her mid-20s crisis could hold up under that level of guilt. She blew out a breath. "Next time I see him, I'll be nice." She made the promise to herself just as the woman who designed the belt entered the booth, a half hour early. Kayla grinned, hoping her good attitude would buy her the needed time to finish. "Would you like to see it so far?" Thoughts of Dean would have to wait until she was done here. They took up a seat just inside her brain and set up camp while she showed off the half-finished project and explained the process to her eager customer. See, being nice wasn't so hard. She could totally do this. Chapter 8. "This is the dumbest thing I've done in a long time," Dean told Leanne as he reached for the door handle to Chocolate. "I don't believe it." Leanne grinned as he pulled open the door. She stepped past him. A blast of warm air reached its chocolate-covered fingers around him and drew him inside. He shook his head at himself. Okay, maybe buying a hot chocolate with his sister wasn't the dumbest thing he'd done. Buying that security device for Kayla's booth, and then showing up like some high school kid with a crush that was worse than walking into chocolate. Still, there were reasons he avoided his extended family. Stepping into Harvest Ranch's coffee/chocolate/bakery shop was like running through a battlefield and hoping he didn't get shot. A sweet-smelling battlefield, to be sure. His stomach rumbled, making Leanne laugh out loud. "Don't say a word," he warned. She covered her mouth, barely stifling her giggles. They joined the back of the line. "Is it always this busy?" He stared in awe at the people wrapped around the wall and to the door. The memory of the white chocolate peppermint hot chocolate filling his senses was enough of a reason to stick around despite the wait. "Nah, this is the festival crowd. They'll get us through fast enough." Leanne's phone beeped, and she drew it out of her purse, frowning. Typing quickly, she hit send. She didn't put the phone away, though. "What's going on?" They moved forward several steps as a large group at the front finished their order and trailed out with big smiles on their faces. "Library emergency." "That's not a thing," he teased. "It is too." She punched his arm. "Excuse me," said a soft voice that Dean would be able to pick out of a concert crowd. He whipped around to see Kayla scooting past the large group that bottlenecked at the door. They didn't move aside, and she was forced to turn sideways to get through two women. She tripped on one of their shoes and caught herself before face-planting. When she straightened, she glanced back, but the ladies were already out the door. Dean scowled. Kayla picked that moment to make eye contact. His face must have been something fierce, because she scowled right back. He turned around, his hand going to his suddenly sour stomach. She joined the back of the line, only 3 people away. He could feel her there, glaring at him with a hangry vengeance. This just wouldn't do. He'd tried to make amends, really tried. He couldn't let her think he was carrying on this silly feud. Dean leaned around the people and caught her eye. "I wasn't scowling at you." She huffed and hiked her purse up on her shoulder. "Sure looked like it. I was scowling at the women who tripped you." Her face flushed bright red, and she looked away. "Smooth," Leanne whispered. "Not helping," he whispered back. He glanced at the front of the line, hoping his aunt wasn't there. So far, so good. A couple cousins, he could handle that, maybe. Leanne gave him a daring look and leaned out so she could talk to Kayla. "Hey, I saved you a spot." Kayla blinked once. The 2 men and lady between them stepped aside and motioned for her to go in front of them without her saying a word. The blush climbed up Kayla's ears as she edged forward. It was sweet, really, to see someone who blushed. Not many people did that these days. Besides, with her red hair, the pink cheeks were adorable. Leanne's phone beeped again, and she was drawn into it the moment Kayla appeared. Kayla looked at Leanne and then the phone. The need to explain why his sister was ignoring them both lifted a weight off Dean's tongue. "She has a library emergency," he explained. "Is that a thing?" Kayla asked. Dean laughed, because he'd said almost the exact same thing only a moment before. "I think she's making it up. But she insists it's for real." "It is." Leanne stomped her foot. She typed for a moment and then looked up, pushing her glasses in place. "And it means I have to go." She reached over and gave Kayla a side hug. "We'll catch up another time. I want to hear all about your life of crime." Kayla made a gagging face. "It's a sordid tale, you'll never look at me the same again." "I'm counting on it." Leanne winked. Panic seized Dean's throat at the idea of facing his family, and Kayla, alone, making it difficult to get any words out. He finally squeaked, "You're leaving now?" They'd made it to the front of the store and were just a few patrons from ordering. Leanne was supposed to be here to hold his hand, figuratively, because he was a tough guy who didn't need anyone, as he faced his cousins. Not to mention she'd just made the whole thing more awkward by bringing Kayla into the mix. "I should go too," he offered. Leanne's eyes darted from him to Kayla. "Stay," she said low. "Don't be silly," she added in a normal voice. You can get my drink and bring it over. I can, he challenged. You will, she quipped as she stepped out of line and headed for the door. I'll see you in 30 minutes. Dean stared after her, feeling like a puppy that was left at the pound. Not only would he have to face his cousins alone, he now had to do it with Kayla, who hated his guts, watching him. He drew a deep breath and turned to find Kayla studying the menu. He did the same, though he already had his order in mind. Shoot. The word popped out of his mouth without warning. What? Kayla looked around to find the problem. I was going to get a loaf of pumpkin bread, but they have 2 other kinds of bread I want to try now. Could he be any more awkward? Who talked about bread with a pretty girl? Like what? He grabbed onto the conversation lifeline. Banana bread, for one. My grandma Westbrook used to make it. I had to be 9 the last time I had a slice. I'd bet my first paycheck it's the same recipe. He needed to stop talking. It was one thing to answer her question, quite another to put his disgruntled childhood out there. I'm not sure why I told you that. She bit her lip. Did you know scent is the strongest memory maker? And taste is number 2. Okay. He glanced at her, wondering where she was going with this. They were down to 2 people in front of them in line. If you have good memories of your grandma Westbrook, then you should get a loaf of banana bread. It will make you feel good, release all sorts of good hormones and stuff. He lifted an eyebrow. Hormones? She nodded quickly. The next person gathered their coffee and headed out. One more to go. Kayla drew in a deep breath and threw her shoulders back. Listen, I'm sorry for being rude the other day. I was tired and stressed and probably not nice. He froze in place. Are you apologizing to me? He pointed at his chest. She nodded. He stared. No one apologized to him. Ever. Ever. This was unprecedented. And undeserved. You don't have to say that. I promise I won't hang around your booth or bother you anymore. Okay? Her nose wrinkled. That's not what I. And I'm sorry that I didn't remember you. She waved him off. I have one of those faces that blends in with the crowd and the wall. She chuckled. Dean didn't find it all that funny. That's not true. Your eyes are quite arresting. He grinned, hoping she had a sense of humor. Her eyebrows flew up. He cringed. Bad word choice. She gave him a half smile. I don't expect you to understand. What does that mean? You're a Westbrook, great genes, a family name, that wavy hair. She motioned to his head. He barely managed to keep his hand at his side instead of running it through his hair. His nervous habit was a thorn in his side, and he was constantly trying to break it. Lot of good all that did for me. I can barely get a job as a night guard at the festival. Kayla lowered her chin. Sorry. I just thought. Next, called Garth, Dean's cousin working the cash register. Don't worry about it. A cold blast ran through Dean's veins, and he moved like a robot that needed its screws loosened. Garth stared at him for a minute. Dean forgot what he was there for. The kid's stare was unnerving enough, but the questions and thoughts that had to be running through his head were on a ticker tape in Dean's mind. Hey, Dean. Presley smiled as she bellied up to the counter. I bet you're here for a white chocolate peppermint hot chocolate. Dean gulped. How'd you know? Presley laughed as she took a to-go cup off the stack. You were always partial to white chocolate. Hey, Kayla. Make it 2. Dean called over the sound of the machine. Dean didn't know what surprised him more, the fact that Presley remembered his penchant for white chocolate Hershey Kisses, or the fact that she knew Kayla. Kayla waved. For someone who's invisible, you sure know a lot of people, he said to Kayla. Kayla shrugged. I'm in here a lot. She stood back, letting him put his order in and waiting her turn. Recognition lit Garth's face. I thought I recognized you. He held his fist out for a bump. I haven't seen you in years, man. What else can I get you? The coil in Dean's chest began to loosen. Garth was young enough that Dad's drama would have gone over his head, and Presley seemed to let bygones be bygones. How old are you now? He asked Garth. A loaf of pumpkin, banana, and spice bread would be great. 18. I graduated last spring. Garth loaded up a sack as he chatted. His movements were efficient and would keep the line moving. I'm going to college, but I took a light load this fall so I could help with the festival. Presley set 2 cups on the counter. Dean glanced over his shoulder as Garth tapped on the screen. I'm paying for her order too, he said low while jerking his head toward Kayla. Why not? She'd had a rough moment getting in the door and probably could use a pick-me-up. He handed Garth an extra 10. Keep the change. Garth bobbed his head. Smooth, man. Dean loaded his hands and turned. I'll see you around, he said to Kayla. Yeah. Bye. She stepped up to the counter. I'll take a dark chocolate raspberry cocoa with whipped cream. Coming right up. Presley was quick. Dean made his way out the door. At the last second, he paused to watch Garth tell Kayla her cocoa was paid for. She shook her head. Garth laughed and nodded. She flipped around, and their eyes met. He lifted a cup in a salute to her and then let the door fall shut. It was only when he couldn't see her anymore that he noticed his heart racing, and he didn't think it had a thing to do with his cousin Garth. Chapter 9. Kayla. Kayla. Kayla whipped back around to the counter where Presley was holding out a to-go cup. She shook her head. Are you sure he paid for this? She pressed Garth for confirmation. Garth laughed. I promise. Kayla stared at the drink, unable to wrap her mind around what had just happened. But why? Sure, they'd shared a few tidbits and talked about bread, of all things. But that didn't mean he needed to pay for her cocoa. Presley pushed the cup closer to her. Happens all the time. People want to do a random act of kindness, so they buy a drink for the next person in line. But things like that don't happen to me. Sure, she'd seen them happen to other people. Read the online feel-good articles about big tips and such. But she was the invisible person in line, the one who always had to flag her server down for the check. What she'd said to Dean was true, she blended in and did it well. Presley shrugged. Then I'd say you're due. Dazed, Kayla took the drink and slowly made her way out of the shop. First the security camera and now her cocoa. Why was Dean doing all this? Did he want something from her? She frowned. Feeling indebted to him set her on edge. She didn't so much as own a credit card because she didn't like the idea of someone holding something over her. There had to be something she could do to even the score. Her mind raced. Taking him a cocoa tomorrow was an option, but she'd have to wait a full 24 hours. And she'd still be in the hole with that security camera thing. She made her way along Main Street and turned up Maple. Walking during the festival was much easier than trying to get parking, even at this time of day. The B&Bs served amazing breakfasts, and guests didn't like to lounge around when the views were spectacular. She'd even heard that Maribel offered a sunrise horseback ride this year on a trial basis. It was booked out for the first 2 weeks, a good sign that it would be around next year. Speaking of horses, the clop-clop and the sound of wagon wheels on the street came up behind her, and she moved out of the way as the hay ride wagon came past. It was full of people trying to get to the festival. The driver didn't mind picking them up on his way into town, and they loved getting a free ride. It was one of the secrets to the festival that had been posted on the town's Instagram account earlier in the year. Looked like the new marketing had paid off, because the hay bales were chock full of happy riders. She made it to the booth and opened the zipper, letting herself inside. The concentrated scent of leather hit her nose, and she breathed deeply. She glanced around and saw the goods were in all there. Thank goodness. Denying that she'd slept soundly, because she knew the camera was in place, would have been an outright lie. Sure, She was exhausted from being arrested in the early morning hours, but that didn't mean she could let go of her stress and nod off. No. The camera was the key to catching a full night of ZS and waking up refreshed. And she owed it all to Dean, darn it all. Her phone started beeping as her movement was caught by the camera. She pulled up the app, shutting it off for the day. Planting her hands on her hips, she considered their wares. Maybe there was something here she could give Dean to pay him back for being so thoughtful. She browsed the goods with him in mind. But Grandpa's distinctly Western style didn't gel with Dean's casual and cool look. He wore boots, but they weren't decorated. Plain, dark leather shined to perfection. The only thing beat up and worn out was his watchband. Watchband. She scrambled under the register stand and pulled out a scrap of leather Grandpa had used for a demo the day before. The edges were scalloped, but the rest of the piece was smooth. After a few minutes of thinking over the design, she sketched it out on the leather using an awl. Without the watch face to compare it to, she couldn't be certain that it would work, but if she needed to, she could make adjustments. Thankfully, she had an eye for this kind of thing. A type of fevered creative energy filled her, and she grabbed the knife to cut out the design. The crinkles in the corner of Dean's eyes came to mind as she made her way around the edges. The wave in his hair reminded her of the slight hourglass of the strap. She went with a wider band that tapered off, like his shoulders, to his hips. The strength of the thick leather was like the strength under her palm when he'd picked her off the ground. Emily was suddenly at her elbow. Kayla. Kayla jumped. What? Geez, you scared me. Emily worked at the booth next door, on the opposite side from Win. She was a cute lady with a fun personality that drew people in. Kayla watched her move about the booth, feeling like she was coming down from a cloud. Emily ran to the side of the tent and began rolling it up. The festival starts in 5 minutes and you're not open. What are you doing? Kayla looked down at the watchband. She'd been using a punch and wood mallet to mark the holes where she would hand sew the pieces together. The edges needed smoothing, and the leather needed a dye. She'd imagined a lighter color, something that would complement Dean's tan forearms. I was in the zone. Yeah, well, if you don't get open, you'll be in the doghouse with the committee. Kayla hopped to her feet. She leaned out of the tent and caught sight of Grandpa standing in line at the fresh cinnamon donut booth. Shoot. He didn't need to know about her gift for Dean. He'd read way too much into the fact that she'd gotten lost in the work, lost thinking about Dean. Her face heated and she was sure her freckles would roast away. Dashing to Emily's side, she finished securing the one side of the tent. Without speaking, they raced to the other. Grandpa came in just as she put herself behind the register and hit the button to turn it on. She blew a kiss of thanks to Emily, who was sneaking back to her booth, where a group of ladies were exclaiming over her lavender-scented lotion bars. He didn't notice her scrambling to put in the password or the fact that she hadn't restocked a thing, because his attention was snagged by the watchband. She gritted her teeth, hoping he didn't ask questions. The piece was highly personal, and she wanted to snatch it out of his hands and stuff it down her shirt to hide it from him and the world in general. He sat down, turning the pieces over and examining them. Okay. No big deal. He'll look at things and then put it away. Watchbands weren't his thing. Sure, he could whip one out in 10 minutes, but he rarely took the time. She opened the inventory sheet on screen and made notes on her phone as to what she needed to retrieve from her trunk. Movement caught her eye, and she caught Grandpa setting a basket weave stamp over the strap. No. She ran over and grabbed his arm before he could drop the mallet. Tarnation girl. What's the matter with you? Grandpa's scowl could have peeled the paint off of every piece of furniture in Wynn's booth. I don't want it stamped. She let go of his wrist and grabbed up the two sides of the watchband. As she inspected them, relief filled her chest. Grandpa hadn't made a mark. Not stamped? Grandpa got off the stool. What kind of fool talk is that? He motioned to the belt designs hung around the booth for customers to choose from. She could stamp any one of them in her sleep. Stamping is what makes the piece unique. She shook her head ever so slightly, hating to disagree with her grandfather. Obviously, he knew a thing or two about what customers wanted in leather goods. The thing was, she didn't love the Western look. She'd always liked sleek pieces with metal accents more than the ornate decorations in Western stamping. It's going to be elegant and masculine, even without the stamp. And it's what the customer wants. Grandpa set the mallet down. Why didn't you say it was a special order in the first place? She lifted a shoulder. Because it's not, really. It's a gift. She prayed he wouldn't ask too many questions. She wasn't even sure why she'd felt so drawn to creating this piece or why it was so easy to fall into the work and forget the rest of the world. That never happened when she made one of Grandpa's designs. Maybe it was because this was her own idea and that's how creativity flowed, unhindered by a pattern she couldn't deviate from. For who? Grandpa put his hands on his hips. The man who gave us the security camera. He paid for the gear, and I thought this would be a good way to thank him. Oh. He scratched his neck. I suppose it's as good as any. Kayla nodded. His band was worn out. Grandpa reached for a belt blank and began freehanding a palm leaf with the swivel cutter. We have 5 orders from yesterday that need tracing, 3 with names. Kayla mentally groaned. Custom orders, especially with names, took at least an hour to complete. She'd have to lay out the letter stencils and then fit the pattern work around the name. Grandpa couldn't see as well lately to do that kind of work, so she'd have to lay them out. I'll get right on those. If you're going to take over the business someday, you'll need to learn to balance these little ideas that pop up with the work orders that pay the bills. Kayla's shoulders crowded her ears. Ever since she'd moved in with Grandpa, she'd known she was being groomed to take over his shop, his brand. When she was younger, it had made her feel important, and she'd worked hard to perfect her skills so that no one could tell the difference between her hand and her grandpa's hand. The longer she worked with him, the less sure she was that taking over was what she wanted. She ran her finger along the rough edge of the leather, hearing it call to her to finish this piece, to make it something that Dean would love. She could do it, she knew she could. The look on his face when it was done, that was harder to picture. He'd either be thrilled or think she was the weirdest woman he'd ever met. Chances were, he already thought that. She brushed the thought away. Who cared what Dean Westbrook thought of her? She was in his debt, and she would be out of it when the watch band was delivered. That's all that mattered, not how his deep gray eyes had held admiration as he'd tipped his cup to her that morning. That wasn't on her mind at all. Chapter 10. 2 days later, Kayla was finishing up with a customer when she caught sight of Dean walking between the booths. He wore his uniform, the dark blue standing out in the crowd of people wearing bright harvest colors. She had on a long-sleeved pumpkin-colored shirt that read "I break for pie" and a pair of dark jeans along with a light scarf to chase away the chill. Locals were used to the fall temps and wouldn't pull out coats until they had to. Grandpa had gone home earlier, complaining of a headache. She assumed it was from the jalapeno nachos he'd eaten for lunch. So she had the booth to herself. Thank you so much. We're going to cherish these for years to come, said Kayla's customer as she carefully took the handled bag from Kayla. Inside were 2 of her mugs. She'd been hesitant to invest her own funds in the stamp, but she was drawn to the idea of a leather-wrapped cup. And they were selling like churros. With the decal machine they had in the shop, she'd been able to turn out over 200 leather wraps in a week. They didn't take up much room until the glasses arrived. She'd piled the boxes on the dining room table, much to Grandpa's grumbling. It wasn't like they ever ate in there. The small, round kitchen table served their needs. At the rate the cups sold, they'd sell out before the festival was over and the dining room would be empty once again. I'm so glad you like them. Thanks for coming in. Kayla hit the key to lock the screen on the tablet they used as a cash register and darted to the edge of the booth. Dean, she called. Several people turned her way to see who was making a ruckus. Her ears grew warm, but she did her best to ignore them. Dean turned, and she threw on her best smile and waved him over. He approached slowly, as if he expected an assault. She kind of deserved his hesitancy. Since she'd thought about little else besides their interaction in Chocolate over the past 2 days, analyzing it from every angle, she'd decided that Dean was truly trying to make nice with her. She still wanted to be out of debt to him, because that would bring them to a place where they could be friends. Even the playing field and all that. She looked him over. "Are you early for work?" He shook his head, stopping half a walkway away. "I was moved to the evening shift a couple nights a week." "I guess they were pleased with your arrest record." She kept her smile in place, hoping he took her teasing with grace. A smile ghosted across his lips, untrusting. Not exactly a friendly gesture. She cleared her throat. "I, have something for you." She motioned for him to follow her inside the tent. He did so, looking both ways first. Did he think someone was going to jump him and she was the bait? Huh. Not likely. She reached under the counter and pulled out the box. After shaping the band, she'd finished the stitching and decided against the light-colored leather, instead dyeing it the same color as his eyes. Suddenly feeling like she was standing there in her underwear, bearing herself to him in a way that she'd never done before, she was overcome with shyness. She peeked at Dean as she lifted the lid and revealed the watch band. Dean looked into the box and then at his wrist. "Is that for me?" She smiled, though she kept her chin down. "I noticed yours was worn, and I wanted to thank you for the security, and the cocoa." She thrust the box at him. "Are we good? Friends?" He put his hand on the box and watched her for a moment. "Friends? Yeah. Bygones be gone and all that." She waved a hand behind her. She dropped it quickly because she probably looked like a spaz. "I don't have friends," he said in surprise. Kayla laughed easily. "Well, you just moved back. Give it some time." He shrugged, and she got the feeling that she'd given him some grace, and he was, in turn, giving it to himself. He smiled softly, and she did the same. After a moment, he dropped his eyes to the box and broke the spell. Kayla let the fist in her chest relax. She'd done it. She'd made a peace offering and it had been accepted, and they were now on even ground. It felt wonderful. She couldn't stop her lips from spreading into a big grin. Dean removed the band and examined it. The silver accents matched the snaps on his shirt. Not that she'd consciously tried to match them. She'd just picked what she thought would look good on him, and it was perfect. Bam! A thrill of having designed something so personal and having it accepted hit her like a trumpet blast. "I'll have to buy a face for it." He moved the band from one hand to another. "Or," Kayla motioned for his arm. He lifted it, and her fingers danced across the latch on his watch. "I can trade it out for you." "You can do that?" Her hands stilled as she realized how close they were standing and that the warmth on her hands came from him. Her heart pumped so hard, it felt like the intake valves were bigger than they had been before he'd stepped into her booth. "Let me see." She stepped back, taking his watch with her, and bumped into the work table. Laughing too high, she cut off at an odd time and schooled her features. It wasn't like she was a bumbling teenager on her first date. She needed to look at this as a business transaction and she'd be fine. However, staying professional was difficult when her head was fuzzy because Dean smelled so good. Moving to the work table, she pulled the stool up behind her and sat down to examine his watch face. It had the standard spring-loaded bar for the leather. She made quick work of detaching the old band and putting on the new one. "I had no idea that's how they worked." Dean stood on the other side of the bench, watching her with deep interest. She smiled down at the project. "Are you emotionally attached to this band?" She held up the ragged piece of leather. He laughed, the sound warm and inviting. "Not at all." She giggled and tossed it into the trash can. "Here. Let's see if it fits." He held out his wrist, and she placed the watch head on the back of it and then turned his hand over to do up the buckle. Her fingertips tingled every time she brushed skin. She glanced up to see if he felt it too, and she found him studying her. There was something in his eye that she couldn't name, but it made her feel important and seen. "I like the color." He flicked his hand over to look at the watch. "It matches your eyes." She bit her lip. Why did she have to say that out loud? He didn't need to know that she'd memorized the color and seen it in her dreams. He caught her gaze. "Thank you." The words were husky and warm, like cider with a hint of vanilla. She could use some cider, her mouth was dry as a cornstalk on Thanksgiving. "You're welcome. Do you want to get lost with me?" "Yes." She breathed the word before his question registered. When it did, she pulled back from him. "Wait, what?" He chuckled. "I have to do a final sweep of the corn maze before I'm off tonight. Do you want to walk through with me? I'll come back about 20 minutes after the festival closes. Would that give you enough time to finish up here?" Kayla melted into a goofy smile. "Sure. I'd like that." "Great, it's a date." He gave her a little wave as he sauntered out of the booth. Kayla barely had the presence of mind to wave back. A date? A date. She had a date to the corn maze. With Dean Westbrook. Whoa. She hadn't seen that one coming, yet she hadn't hesitated. She'd answered easily, as if that was where she was meant to be tonight. This festival was shaping up to be unlike any she'd experienced before. For example, she'd never had so many of the responsibilities of running the booth, she'd never been arrested, she'd never sold something she designed, like the mugs. And she'd never been through the corn maze on a date. She'd also never been kissed at a festival. Maybe that would change too. Her heart flipped in her chest, and butterflies filled her stomach. Would she even know how to handle it if Dean did try to kiss her? He was so much. He was just so much that he filled every one of her senses to overflowing and made her conscious of each point of contact. She might faint dead away in his arms. Or jump on him like a tigress. She just had no idea how she'd react. But maybe she'd find out tonight. Chapter 11. A date? What was he thinking? This wasn't a date. It was a walk after work. Technically while he was still at work. He should have never used the word date. It implied too much and put a lot more pressure on him when he didn't need pressure. Feeling the weight of the four-letter word like a giant pumpkin tied around his neck, he made his way back to Kayla's tent 20 minutes after closing. The watch band was incredible. It felt like he was wearing something expensive on his arm, and yet it was functional and understated. Classy. Way above his pay grade, and much better than anything he would have picked out for himself. And yet it was exactly what he'd want. He glanced down at it. Even the color was cool. "It matches your eyes," she'd said. Which said a lot of things without saying them at all. And he'd heard every one. Which was why he'd felt bold enough to ask her out, sort of. Walking the corn maze after hours wasn't exactly a wooing activity. All he knew in that moment was that he'd wanted to spend more time with her, and that was his earliest opening. He'd have to do better next time: flowers, good food, something fun, maybe a moonlit hayride. If there was a next time. Was it strange that he already hoped there would be a second date, and a third? He'd never felt like this before, all eager and anxious, excited and nervous. Wynn and Judd were closing up their shop, their kids running around them like they were maypoles. The image was as sweet as it was exhausting. Considering all that Wynn had been through, marrying his cousin when she knew he was terminally ill, burying him, and then being a single parent for years, he wished her all of these beautiful family moments. Judd, the older brother of his cousin who'd died, was a good guy. He'd lived his own kind of hell growing up, but he always seemed to have time to chat with Dean around town. The bed and breakfast Westbrooks seemed a little more forgiving than the rest of the clan. Maybe because they weren't involved in the whole land grab scheme his dad had cooked up to get money out of Grandma and Grandpa. He could feel Judd and Wynn's eyes following him as he approached the opening in Kayla's tent zipper. He turned and found them still watching. Wynn smiled and waved enthusiastically, not at all embarrassed to stare. She'd always been an upbeat sort. Judd too, if he was honest. But Judd wasn't as outright friendly with his chin lift. Dean offered a wave that wasn't even close to as boisterous as Wynn's. "Whatcha doing?" Wynn called out, a teasing grin on her face. The kid stopped running around and stared at him, probably wondering who this stranger that looked like family really was. Dean closed his eyes. This was the part of living in a small town and being part of a big family that he dreaded. Everyone knew your business, and if they didn't, they weren't afraid to figure it out. He reached for a good excuse to be stopping in Kayla's booth when he hadn't stopped at any of the other booths. He glanced down at his uniform and threw off the idea of claiming he was there to shop. Judd put his hand on Wynn's shoulder, and they moved closer. "Sorry, what was that?" Dean's stomach sank. The more interested they became, the harder it would be to get out of there without them making a big deal out of this. It wasn't a big deal. Well, it was to him. But that didn't mean it had to be to everyone else. "Kayla's helping me clear out the corn maze tonight." The words came out in a rush. They were all true. Incomplete, but honest. "Oh yeah." Wynn snapped her fingers. "I forgot about her community service." "Her what now?" Judd asked. Wynn cocked a hip. "This guy arrested her." "Detained," Dean interjected. "And instead of taking fingerprints and mugshots." "Security guards don't do that," he clarified. "That's the police. She has to do, like, 1,000 hours of community service." 5 hours. He barely held back his grunt. "Are you trying to make me look bad?" He tugged at his collar, which suddenly felt too tight. Wynn laughed. "Yes. But just because you're hilarious when you're flustered." She gave him a shove and then reached for Judd's hand. "Come on. I'll tell you the whole story on the way home." "Can't wait," Judd said with a look in his eye that said he was looking forward to some couple time. They started to walk away together. Dean called out, "Don't believe a thing she says." Judd tipped his head back and laughed. Wynn kept her head forward, but her shoulders shook with laughter. The kids joined them, still doing circles around them as they walked, like two sheepdogs, keeping the herd together. Dean ran his hand down his face. They were characters. But as far as Westbrooks went, Wynn and Judd weren't too bad. If only he could handle all his cousins so well. "Hey." Kayla hopped out of the zipper opening, turned around, zipped it shut, then faced him again. "Hey. You said that." He mentally slapped himself. Seeing family had flustered him. "I mean, how was the rest of your night?" She smiled, falling into step beside him as she slipped her arms into a lightweight bone-colored jacket. It worked well with the orange shirt she had on and the darker red in her hair. "Not too shabby. I sold 4 more mugs, several cuffs, and took orders for 7 belts that we can thankfully ship out in the next month or so." "Why is that thankfully?" He nodded to Daisy Daniels and Sabrina Washington as they passed. He'd heard they were teachers now. "Because it means we don't have to do them this week. The customer ordered them for Christmas gifts." She tucked a stray piece of hair behind her ear. She had straight hair, pulled into a low ponytail that hung halfway down her back. He rarely saw her wear it any other way. Probably so it stayed out of her workspace. Still, he wouldn't mind seeing her with it down, running his fingers through it. Whoa. This was just a walk. And he had no right to think of Kayla in a romantic way, not yet. Maybe after they spent some more time together. Why did she bring this stupid sense of hope from inside of him? These thoughts weren't his normal. He had to get a grip on himself, stop being so sappy. "So, is this a nightly chore?" She pointed to the corn maze entrance, where a large sign hung over the entry and pumpkins decorated in purple, orange, and black glitter marked the starting line. "Unfortunately." He pulled the flashlight out of the holster at his hip. Why is it unfortunate? She copied his question format. He smiled. Because teenagers like to see if they can hide out and stay all night. We've called 4 sets of parents to come pick up their kids already this year. Kayla frowned. I never did stuff like that in high school. You saved your life of crime for when you grew up? She wrinkled her nose. Not intentionally, but perhaps. I have this feeling that life is about to start, and I want to help it along. What about you? Were you really a troublemaker, or was that just the impression you liked to give? He thought back to high school. It wasn't so much a decision to give that impression. I was dealing with a lot of crap at home and didn't want to take it anywhere else. He kicked at an acorn. It skittered across the grass, and a squirrel darted out of nowhere, grabbed it, and ran off. Dean and Kayla chuckled. The little furry guy had lightened the mood, something he was grateful for, because he was headed down a dark memory path. Dean cleared his throat and answered the second half of her question. I did my fair share of harassing guards at the festival. I'm sure there are some old-timers who find it pretty funny that I'm wearing the uniform now. She poked his arm. Karma? He nodded. You know what they say, it's a witch. She giggled. They started into the maze. I'm glad it's not a spooky maze. Me too. Dean found himself relaxing into the conversation. Though she'd known him before he left town, Kayla didn't seem to hold the past against him. Which was nice in that it allowed him to be the man he'd become. I've never been one to shy away from a haunted house, but there's something about knowing it's all for fun and fake that makes it easier to be brave. Walking around the festival at night can be spooky on its own. He rubbed the goosebumps that rose on his arms. Yeah? Kayla's arm brushed his as she turned the corner. The chill that had been there only moments before melted instantly. Have you ever been scared? She asked. He snickered. There's this haunted porta potty with a squeaky door. She smacked his arm, laughing. Stop it. Her eyes danced, and he was momentarily caught up in their movements. Strange how he could read her so easily. With most people, he second-guessed their intentions. Not with Kayla. Her whole soul was written right there on her face. The phrase without guile ran through his head. Kayla hip-bumped him as they walked. What are you suddenly thinking so deeply about? I'm listening for footsteps or rustling cornstalks, he said, covering his intense thoughts with a fudging fib. He smiled. Grandma Westbrook used to call little white lies fudging fibs, because she only lied about how much fudge she'd made or eaten. He shook his head. Why did he think of his grandma so much when he was with Kayla? It both bothered him and brought him comfort. All the memories were of good times, so that said something, didn't it? Kayla paused and tipped her ear toward the corn, listening. A slight breeze rustled the dried husks, and she giggled. Off to their right, down a long corridor with many side paths, there was a rustling that had nothing to do with the breeze. Kayla's eyes widened with fear. Dean stepped in front of her and thrust out his arm. Stay behind me. Kayla gripped his arm with one hand and rested her other between his shoulder blades. She'd gone quiet, and her giggles evaporated in the moonlight. Her nearness did absolutely nothing to clear his thoughts. Thankfully, they were all focused on keeping her safe, and he was able to track the noise. This way, he whispered. She followed along behind, doing her best to keep quiet. This area had been trampled well, and their steps were silent as they approached the place where the noise had originated from. As they got closer, there were noises of another kind. Dean's stomach sank. He motioned for her to go several steps back and then drew close so he could speak in her ear. Sounds like a couple. His body went warm even saying that much out loud. He had no intention of elaborating on what he thought they were doing. Dumb teenagers. Didn't they know they were supposed to make out behind the red barn like the rest of Harvest Ranch did at that age? Kayla's breath was warm on his neck. The night was cool and they both wore jackets, but that didn't mean he wasn't aware of her and her curves. How he'd like to press his hand to her hip and explore her mouth, but he was on duty. Shoot. Stay here. I'll chase them out. They should just run on home. She nodded. You're not going to arrest them? He shook his head. Not tonight. It was selfish, but he wanted as much time as he could get with Kayla. If he had to start calling parents, then he'd lose that. Leaning in, her lips brushed his ear. I'll watch which way they go. He closed his eyes against the shiver that raced right through him. How long had it been since a woman had this effect on him? He wasn't sure. Too long to remember whatever her name was or if he'd ever gotten a kiss. It was only by remembering his pledge to be a better man that he was able to step back. The old Dean would have pressed his advantage. He wasn't that guy anymore. More importantly, the trust in Kayla's eyes was worth living up to. He glanced at her once more to make sure she was ready. See if you recognize them? She nodded even as she stepped back into the corn, covering herself in the shadows. The moon was half full tonight. In a big city, that might not mean much, but out here where the night was full of stars, it was a spotlight in the sky. He stepped slowly around the corner, catching sight of the two people tangled together. The guy stood with his back to Dean, the girl's arms moving up and down his back. Geez. This was the part of the job Dean hated. Obviously, they were enjoying themselves. He braced for their reaction and cleared his throat. Neither of them stopped. He rolled his eyes, stepped forward, and coughed. Nothing. For the love. The maze is closed, folks, he said in his deepest voice. The girl let out a swear word and jumped. She looked over the guy's shoulder, and Dean got a glimpse of bright pink hair. Stacy May? The words were as much shocked as they were scolding. His little sister wiggled her fingers. Get lost, big brother. She grabbed the guy's face, a stranger to Dean, and kissed him passionately. Dean growled. He grabbed the guy by the elbow and pulled him away. Giving him a good once-over, he stiff-armed his sister from grabbing onto him again. Who are you? He demanded. Stacy May swore again. You sound just like Dad. Yeah, because Dad cares so much about your love life, Dean threw back. She wrinkled her nose as if she'd stepped in a pile of something a parade horse left behind on Main Street. Dean wanted to swear. Sweat dripped down his neck. Where he and Leanne worked to overcome the reputation their father destroyed, Stacy May embraced it, rolled around in it, and threw it in everyone's faces. What's your name? He gave the guy a shake. Jake from New York. Dean scowled. How long had Stacy known this guy before she met up with him in the corn maze? Listen, Jake from New York. The maze is closed. I have every right to haul you in and give you a ticket for trespassing. Jake glared. Whatever. But if you haul it out of here, I'll pretend I never met you, Jake from New York. His words were full of acid, and he hoped they put some fear in this guy. Jake glanced at Stacy May and then back at Jake. Sorry, babe. I can't afford anything on my record. He turned and took off at a jog. Stacy May shoved Dean's chest and ran after him. You're a real jerk, you know that, she yelled over her shoulder. Dean rubbed the moisture off the back of his neck. Yeah. I do, he mumbled. Kayla peeked around the corner. All clear? He motioned for her to come into the large room. I can't win. If I take someone in, they hate me. He motioned to her. If I let them go, they call me names. He motioned to where Stacy May had run off. If I'm the rebel, then my own family shuns me. If I'm the good cop, then I've turned on my sister. He ran his hand through his hair. Is life this difficult for everyone, or am I some kind of special case? Kayla kicked an acorn with her toe. She tipped her head up to the sky and considered the stars. Grandpa wants me to take over his shop, make his designs, and continue his legacy. I can do it, but I realize today that I don't love it. But I don't want to disappoint him and break his heart, especially after he took me in as a kid and everything. I feel like turning down his business would be like spitting in his face. She met his gaze. So, yeah? I guess life is complicated for a lot of people. Huh. Her words stopped the pity me train that had started to pick up speed. It sucks. She laughed at his bluntness. I guess in some ways. But you have sisters, so there's a silver lining. It was his turn to laugh. Clearly, you've never had a sister like Stacey May. Leanne was the best. She'd be there through thick and thin, and he didn't have to question her loyalty or their twin bond. She shook her head. I always wanted siblings. He motioned for them to start walking again. Even one who will probably let the air out of my tires for this? She stopped walking. She wouldn't, would she? He tipped his head from side to side, letting himself play the scenario out in his head. She might. He smiled. But I always carry a can of compressed air, just in case. It'll be fine. Your family is kind of crazy. She hip bumped him. He liked that she made physical contact. If there had been a line drawn between them, she willingly stepped over it. He nodded. You should have seen us back in the day. We were a mess. He and Leanne would do everything they could to hold the family together, protect their little sister. He'd shielded Stacey May from as much of the ugly as he could, yet she'd still come out damaged. Were? The glint in her eye said she was teasing. His steps slowed. I'm not sure if we're all that much better or just grown up and farther apart. Maybe being under one roof was the problem. He thought back to that time. He couldn't remember fighting with his sisters all that much. If anything, they worked together to keep the peace. Actually, Dad was the problem. If we have crazy, it's because he put it there. But that doesn't mean you have to perpetuate it. He checked into a small alcove before continuing on. True. And I'm doing my best to do just that. It's difficult. When people see me, they see him. I'm trying to change that, though. Sounds like a project that could take some time. She ran her hand along the corn, making it bend slightly before popping back up. She never pushed hard enough to break it. I've got nothing but time. He hooked her pinky with his. She glanced down at their joined fingers and then back up to his face. He hoped she wouldn't pull away. She closed her eyes briefly and then laced all her fingers through his, careful not to look at him. Man, she was shy. Shy but brave. He liked that. She wouldn't have held his hand if she didn't really want to. He gently squeezed her fingers to let her know that he was happy. What about you? Me? She squeaked. Yeah. You said Billy took you in. What's the story there? Her eyes trailed along the tops of the corn. I'm afraid there's not much to tell. We don't talk about it. You don't talk about what? My mom. Why he had to raise me. Any of it. Never? Ever. She turned to him as she spoke. I don't even remember my mom. I've looked at some things online. I think I blocked out the memories because they weren't good. Wish I could do that. He gave her a rueful smile. I'd like to know, though, one day. She faced forward again. But that's another one of the ungrateful things. You mean asking your grandpa? She nodded. Her eyes were guarded, as if she'd thought about this a lot and wasn't sure about sharing it with him. He got that. Sometimes putting words out into the world was hard, because you couldn't get them back. I don't want him to think I'm ungrateful for all he's done. He didn't have to take me in. I disagree. He pulled her to a stop and took her other hand. They'd reached the end of the maze and the end of the not-date he'd planned for the night, though he wasn't ready to let her go. I think family should come with obligations. If a child is in a bad place, it's up to the family to help. She considered him for a moment. I can see that. He looked closer at her, closing the distance between them. You would help a niece or nephew, wouldn't you? She nodded. Without question. There you have it. He brought her hands up to his chest, which drew her one step closer. It wasn't close enough. He wanted to wrap her in his arms and tuck her into his life forever. She loved Billy so much she didn't want to hurt him in any way. That was the type of love he wanted in his life. None of this conditional, manipulative junk his father shoveled out into the world. He wanted the real deal. No one was more real than Kayla. A truck honked in the parking lot. The headlights came on, blinding Dean. Kayla's arm rose to block out the light. Dean stepped in front of her and shielded his eyes. This was the second time he'd thrown himself in front of her without thinking about the danger to himself. That was a switch for him. Maybe being the good guy was coming easier with time and practice. Or maybe he just felt that protective of Kayla. Tires spun out and crunched against the dirt and rocks, throwing gravel up behind them, where it pinged off trees and the security building. The engine revved, and the truck lurched to the side. Blinded as his eyes adjusted to the darkness, Dean tried to see the driver. When his vision cleared, the truck was halfway out of the lot, a head of pink hair hanging out the window. "Jerk!" Stacy May yelled. Dean sighed and let his arm drop. "Still want sisters?" Kayla rubbed her lips together. "She does have cool hair." He stared at her for a moment before bursting out a laugh. "Make an appointment at the salon. I'm sure she can work you in." Kayla grinned. "Maybe I will. I'm practically a criminal these days anyway." He hoped she wouldn't change a thing. He really liked her red hair. It was darker at night. During the day, he'd call it strawberry copper. Her smile faltered. "Actually, I've been wondering about myself. Who I really am. A makeover right now could be a really good idea or a huge mistake. Who we are is a big question, takes years to discover." He should know, he'd been looking for himself since high school. Coming home was, in part, an exercise in self-discovery. Kayla chuckled. Rocking back on her heels, she hooked her thumb toward her car. "I should head out. Don't want Grandpa to think he has to bail me out again." Dean folded his arms to keep from reaching for her. He could read the signs, and talking about leaving meant she was ready for the night to end. "Okay, then. I'll see you later." She looked down at her feet, then up at him. He wondered if he should hug her or something. Shake hands? Even he knew that was an awkward way to end a date. "Bye," she whispered. He licked his lips, his mouth suddenly dry with the need to taste her lips. He forced himself to back away. "Night." He made his way to the security building, his ears trained on her movements, to ensure she got to her vehicle safely. He paused at the door, watching her drive away. The contrast between Kayla and Stacy May couldn't be more clear. The problem was, he was stuck with his sisters. For the most part, they were cool. But Stacy was more like the guy he used to be, ready to thumb her nose at everyone's judgment all while proving them right. Would Kayla accept him if she knew that he came with all that? He didn't know. He hoped so, but the idea that he could bring chaos and dysfunction into her life left a poor taste in his mouth. Chapter 12. When she got home, Kayla floated into the house. She hummed a nonsense song as she took off her shoes at the door and hung up her coat. The braided rag rug Grandma had made 30 years ago was soft under her bare feet. The colors had faded over time, but it held up so well that neither she nor Grandpa could bring themselves to throw it out. Besides, they valued handmade things around here. Her time with Dean had been wonderful. Sure, there'd been a few tense moments there when he had to deal with his little sister, but she didn't mind all that much. She'd checked his truck before climbing in her car, and the tires all looked full. Stacy May must have gotten her anger out by blinding them with the truck lights. It was extreme, dramatic, a cry for attention. Nowhere in her life script were those kinds of outbursts. She couldn't remember ever pitching a fit when she didn't get her way nor talking back to her grandpa. They got along pretty well, two pumpkins from the same vine. She made her way down the hall to check on the old man. The house was dark, but she could walk through it blindfolded and not stumble. Grandpa was in bed, his hearing aids on the nightstand. She smiled at his peaceful form. He'd never been the type of guardian to hover over her. She'd had space as she'd grown up, space that she could have used to rebel or sneak off with boys or whatever. She never did. Maybe it just wasn't in her nature. Then again, maybe she just hadn't met the right boy. Or the wrong boy, as the case may be. She grinned. Dean Westbrook would have been the wrong guy in all the wrong ways back then. But he seemed all right now. She wiggled her fingers, remembering the way her hand fit into his. He was strong, protective, and careful. Not to mention impulsive, headstrong, and dashingly gorgeous. A heady combination if ever there was one. Unable to settle down, her heart was still thrumming from being close enough to smell Dean's aftershave. She headed out to the workshop and flipped on the lights. She puttered around, glancing through her half-finished projects. She had several bags in different stages. Her eye fell on an old duffel she'd cut out but then grown bored with. It was a horrible waste of leather, and she would have to finish it someday. There must be a way to salvage what she'd started. For this piece, inspiration had struck hard and fast and then fizzled out. She gently moved the top of the stack away and retrieved the piece she was looking for, rubbing her finger along the surface and letting her mind wander back to Dean. She'd wanted him to kiss her so badly. He hadn't. He'd stepped back and told her good night. It was a first date-ish moment, not a third date moment. What did she expect? She folded the leather over and cocked her head, analyzing the size of the duffel and realizing it was too small for a man. The bag she'd envisioned would be used for shoes and other day travel items. But men had big shoes, and this bag wouldn't hold them. She sighed as she laid it out on the work table. Folding it in half, she shook her head. Too large for a woman's bag. It would bang against a lady's thigh. She manipulated it until she had a flat bottom and two sides, grunting as she worked. As beautiful and seamless as her pieces were, making them was not for the faint of heart. When she had it clamped into the rough shape she'd pictured, she stood back and looked it over. Inside of her, a garden bloomed. That was the only way she could explain the feeling that happened when she could see in her mind the exact piece she had to make. The tucks, the turns, the creases, the coloring, the brads, the grommets, the buckles, all of it fell into place, and she could mentally spin the piece 360 degrees to see all sides. It was like the leather spoke to her, saying, "This is what I was meant to be." It didn't make sense to anyone else when she talked about it, so she kept these moments to herself. Sacred. That's what they were. She pulled the stool under her behind and set to work. The image stayed in the front of her mind. She needed to trim the sides and the pieces that would become the straps. She marked the spots where she would punch holes so the strap was adjustable. That felt important. Once that was done, she went back to work. Her hands knew what to do, so her thoughts tumbled back to Dean. He wasn't what she'd pegged him for, and she wondered how many people in Harvest Ranch were wary of him. Probably the high school principal and a few teachers. She grinned at the thought. The minutes and hours ticked by as she worked, and all desire to sleep disappeared. Her energy was fed by each finished seam and the sense of accomplishment that came along with it. Dean was a big part of her process. His calm and strength were inspirations for different parts of the bag. That made two pieces he'd inspired, the watchband and this bag. Seemed like his entrance into her life produced good fruit. She grinned as she pictured his lower lip and the gentle point of his chin. At some point, she dreamed about what it would be like to kiss him. Her ears flushed, but she didn't push the thought away. It was much too pleasant of an idea to dismiss, because of a silly thing like a blush, and she spent a good part of the night living in that pretend moment. Kayla awoke with an urgent need to see the bag she'd created in the sunlight. She threw off the covers and rushed to her desk, lifting the bag and inspecting each side and then the inside. She'd used a thinner leather to make 3 long dividers. The texture was so soft she could have brushed her cheek against it, though she didn't. Oils, even those in her hands, would darken the surface. Grinning, she hurried to get ready and was out of the house before Grandpa was out of bed. He had the day in the shop and was going to get a head start on their special orders. The lack of rest would catch up to her by the afternoon. She'd be lucky to keep from falling asleep at the register. Kayla hit the booth at the same time Wynne was opening her booth. She had a chocolate cup in one hand and a messy bun flopping on her head. "Morning," Kayla chirped. "Ugh. Don't remind me." Wynne scowled and took a long pull from her coffee cup. "My daughter was up all night. Is she feeling okay?" "She's right as rain." Wynne abandoned her efforts to open her own booth and joined Kayla. "She's in a dither over what to be for Halloween and woke up every 2 hours with a different costume in mind. I finally told her I was going to cancel Halloween if she didn't go back to bed." Kayla laughed. "You didn't." "I totally did." She took another sip. "I'm the worst mom ever." "I highly doubt that." Kayla set her new bag on the counter and started up the register. She walked through the shop, making note of the stock she'd have to fill before they opened. She had several totes in her trunk with supplies. They were low on belt blanks and mugs. "Hey, what's this?" Wynne set down her drink and picked up the bag Kayla had made. "It's just something I played with last night." Kayla suddenly felt self-conscious. She was proud of her work and loved the bag, but it wasn't what people expected out of the granddaughter of Billy Tyler. "You made this last night?" Wynne opened it up, took Kayla's wallet out, and inspected the interior. She unzipped and zipped the key pocket. "How much are you asking?" "Oh, it's not for sale. I was just messing around with a piece of extra leather." Wynne snorted. "You and I have very different ideas about what it means to experiment with things. When I mess around, we have extra firewood." Kayla laughed. She watched Wynne stand in front of the long mirror and admire the bag over her shoulder. "What would you pay for a bag like that?" "A bag like this, or this bag?" Wynne clarified. "That bag?" Wynne pondered. "Don't be mad. I mean, I have no idea how much the materials cost, okay?" "Okay. No pressure. I'm just curious." Wynne looked back at the mirror. "It's so classy. I'd expect to pay at least $400. $400? Kayla shouted. Wynne nodded. "But I wouldn't blink if it was closer to $450. Kayla felt her world tip. "Like, right now. You'd hand me $450 for that purse right now?" "Right now." Wynne spun away from the mirror. "You're white. Sit." She pointed to the stool. "Did I say something wrong?" She fanned Kayla with her hands. Kayla batted her away and laughed. "No. You said everything just right." She'd have to run the numbers, but she was pretty sure the leather was around $130. She also needed to figure out just how long it took her to make the bag. It couldn't have been more than 4 hours. Although she'd been in a zone, so it could have been longer. She smiled. "Sold." "Really?" Wynne bounced on her toes. "You have no idea. This is going to change my life." She dug into her back pocket and pulled out a credit card. Kayla made her way to the register. "What do you mean?" She wasn't even sure how to do this. The purse wasn't part of their stock. She'd have to put it in as a miscellaneous item and explain it all to Grandpa when they balanced the books from the festival. She ran the card and charged Wynne $350, taking on $100 because, well, Wynne should have the friends and family discount. "I'm beyond the diaper bag stage, but my kids aren't old enough for me to leave stuff behind. I swear, I still buy wipes in bulk and don't know how we'd survive without them. I love the teal purse you gave me. I call it my date purse. Jed gets all grins when I pull it out. But when the kids are with us, I need more." She hugged the purse. Kayla smiled as she talked. There was something about having a functional purse that was also pretty that was so satisfying. Her brain snagged on something Wynne had said. I like that name, Beyond the Bag. Kayla handed her back her card and swiveled the screen so Wynne could sign the receipt. It's cute. Ideas about how she could make 10 of the bags at once, which steps she would need to complete on each bag before moving on to the next one, laid out in her mind. The name fits what you do. Your purses are more than a purse, and this is more than a diaper bag. You should make more of these. They'd sell so fast. Especially if you displayed them near my booth, where your target market would see them. She mock frowned. Never mind. I don't want you stealing my customers. Kayla laughed. Not likely. She looked longingly at the bag. Don't expect to see more of them anytime soon. I'll be busy with orders that need to go out before Christmas. But you said you made this in hours. She held out the straps. Wouldn't it go faster now that you know what you're doing? Kayla bit the inside of her cheek. Probably. She didn't know how to explain all that this would entail. Grandpa needed the workroom. She'd have to work nights and stay out of his way. And that would be after all day of stamping and finishing for him. Missing a night of sleep here and there wasn't going to do her in, but it wasn't feasible in the long term. Maybe for next year. She offered a smile, as if that was a satisfactory answer, and her heart hadn't leapt at the thought of selling more of these bags. Darn it all if that wasn't a pecan pie in the sky dream. Wing glanced at her watch. Dang. I'm going to be late. She reached over the register and hugged Kayla. Totally worth it. I can't wait to start my stuff all over the festival today with this bag on my shoulder. Kayla hugged her back. How do you get time to strut? She stepped back. Jed and I are taking the kids around. Brody's coming to work the booth. He'll close up tonight. That's nice. Kayla squashed the bit of jealousy over Wynn's family. Jed was part of the B&B Westbrooks. His family didn't come with a chocolate shop, but they were close-knit, especially after what had happened with Thatcher. Well, close-knit except for Brody. His brother's death had the opposite effect on him than it had on the rest of the family, who pulled together, and he seemed to run away from all things Westbrook. Not all things, she relented. He helped Wynn with the kids, the house, and her business. Some people looked down on him for stepping away from his siblings and parents. Which was ridiculous. Karen and Scott were the nicest people on the planet. But Kayla saw it differently than most. If she lost a brother, the biggest reminders of him would live in the same house. Maybe Brody's pain was too much to bear and he'd had to cut off the family in order to survive. Who knew, though? She'd thought Dean was a certain way too, and he'd proved her wrong. He's always been good to me, ever since Thatcher passed. Wynn pressed her lips closed as if she didn't want to say anything more. Kayla waited to see if she would elaborate, but Wynn just waved and went to work. The day passed quickly. Kayla took orders to ship out and worked on one that would be picked up the next day. She fielded disappointment from Grandpa's fans who hoped to find him at the work table instead of her. She still couldn't believe his channel was so popular. There was something about watching the design come to life under his practiced hands that soothed viewers. More than one commented on the stories he shared while he worked. He had a calming voice. She had to admit that it had lulled her to sleep more than once. The whole time she worked, she kept an eye out for Dean, expecting to see him any moment. When he didn't come during the morning, she figured he'd probably had to sleep in. He worked late, so it wasn't a stretch to think he needed to catch up on some ZS. The afternoon passed and she still hadn't seen him. Maybe he was back on night shifts. She should have asked, but hadn't thought of it. Not only that, but she hadn't gotten his phone number, nor he hers. Disappointment was difficult to keep at bay as her energy dipped. She ran for a large diet soda and hoped it would perk her up for the rest of the day. Brody came in, and Wynn, Judd, and the kids took off for an evening of fall fun. The kids jabbered on about wanting to go through the haunted woods. Wynn insisted they stick to the 14 and under side. Judd was the one who whined about not going through the scarier path, which made Kayla laugh. Brody rolled his eyes at his brother but kept the wall up between them. One day that thing was going to crash down, and it would either be beautiful or really, really ugly. Kayla envied Wynn as the family's first stop was the butterbeer stand. She'd worked the festival for years but rarely had the opportunity to enjoy the amenities, let alone stroll hand in hand with a boyfriend. She let out a gusty sigh. The sounds of laughter and merriment were always present at the festival. Somewhere, a baby cried, probably tired of looking at honey jars and necklaces and boutique clothing. This was what happened when she didn't sleep. She spent all this time lost in thought, people watching and letting her thoughts wander. Brody smiled and headed her direction. She sat up taller on the stool. Brody had all the Westbrook good looks. He was the darkest out of the brothers in his family, with almost black hair and olive skin. His cut jaw would normally take her breath away, but today there wasn't any of the nervousness of being around a handsome man that Kayla normally suffered from. Her tongue, which had tied itself in knots over Dean, was ready to go to work. Funny, but she couldn't help but think that it was because she'd spent so much time with Dean. Dean was the dangerous Westbrook, the one mothers warned their daughters to stay away from, and she'd had several interactions with him and come out just fine. Better than fine. Happy, even. Brody focused on the project in front of her. That's cool. What's it going to be? A belt. She leaned back so he could see the design. Grandpa's new peacock feather is all the rage this year. Probably because of the pearlescent paint for the feathers and the rhinestones in the eye, they'll go here. See? She paused to glance up and found him intently looking over the table, his head cocked to the side to listen to her. Ladies love their bling. He chuckled. That they do. This is fantastic. Grandpa knows what he's doing. It looks like you do too. She shrugged. It's his design. Yeah, but he's not the one doing it. You are. She stopped the next protest that formed on her lips and looked down at the belt. Dismissing her talents had become a habit as she deferred to Grandpa's abilities so often. However, the way Wynn went nuts over that bag, it made her think. That bag was 100% her. Sure, she'd learned the skills from Grandpa that helped her make it. But the design and construction came from inside of her, inspirations from her core. And this belt, though it was Grandpa's design, was her workmanship. My designs don't look like this. I don't enjoy as much decoration on things. What do your belts look like? Brody folded one arm over his chest and rested his other elbow on it, gesturing as he spoke. Show me something. She laughed. Her mind spun because she'd sold the bag to Wynn. There had to be something around here, though. Well, the mugs. I did those. He wandered over to the display and picked up one of the leather-wrapped cups with the thick leather handle. It's simpler. She lowered her eyes. I know. I like clean lines, they feel heftier. And I thought men would like the handle. It works for this piece. I'll take it. Her eyes jerked up from staring at the floor. You don't have to do that. She didn't need a pity purchase. They're selling just fine. I mean, you don't have to feel bad for me or anything. Brody plunked the cup down next to the register. I don't. This is so manly, I'd feel like a boss drinking out of it. She laughed. Well, I can't keep you from that, now, can I? He grinned and handed over his credit card. She glanced at Wynn's booth to make sure there weren't any customers being ignored. There were a few browsing, but no one looked ready to buy. I hear you've been hanging out with Dean. Brody hedged as she scanned the tag. Kayla nodded. What were they, exactly? It wasn't like they'd talked about their relationship status, or if they had a relationship, or wanted one. For the record, if anyone asked, she wanted one. Which felt like a huge thing to admit to herself and something that she wouldn't admit to anyone at the moment. The last thing she needed to do was let her mouth wander off and tell Harvest Ranch she was crushing on the bad boy turned security guard. It's okay. Brody gave her a look that said he understood that he'd put her on the spot and was sorry for it. I was just going to ask how he's doing. You could ask me yourself, Dean said as he entered the booth. Dang, he looked so good in his Navy uniform. Kayla never had a thing for men in uniform before, but she had one now. A big thing. A giant, steal the breath from her lungs and sweep her feet out from under her kind of thing. The fact that he was clean-shaven and his hair was just long enough for the wave to show. What was a woman to do with all that? She had a few ideas. Brody spun around and squared off with his cousin. They stood eye to eye, attitude to attitude. The family resemblance was strong enough that she might have thought they were brothers if she didn't know better. Hey, man. I heard you were back in town. Brody kept his arms at his side, but they weren't relaxed. There was a tension in his neck that hadn't been there moments before. His comment came off as forced casual. Kayla wondered at how she was able to hear the statement as though listening through Dean's ears. You guys might be able to get rid of one of us, but you can't run us all off. Dean folded his arms in a way that made his chest look bigger. He too made an effort to appear casual while firing verbal bullets at his cousin. Kayla glanced around the booth. The tension between these two grew like a hot air balloon, and she didn't want to be caught underneath it in case it went up in flames. She took a step back from the workbench. I didn't run anyone off, Brody countered. It's good to see you. Dean snorted. Yeah, I guess you're right. You didn't force us out, just gave us the cold shoulder. His pretense at an easygoing conversation slipped, and his jaw hardened. Are you working tonight? Kayla asked an obvious question, hoping to get them both off this subject. Dean turned but didn't take his eyes off Brody. I start in a half hour. I was hoping we could grab a pulled pork sandwich. Go. Brody waved. I can watch both booths. Dean scowled. Kayla shifted from foot to foot. She rarely left the booth with anyone but Grandpa or Win. Not that she didn't trust Brody, it was just out of her normal routine. I'm thinking too hard. Let me grab my purse. She smiled her thanks and ducked behind the register. Getting these two apart was more important than her comfort zone. She had the distinct feeling that they were vinegar and baking soda as far as personalities went. Though which man was which substance was yet to be seen. I don't get it, Brody said. Apparently, they didn't pause their conversation while she was gone. What's the chip on your shoulder for? Dean all but growled. I just gotta know something. Shoot, Brody encouraged. When my dad was drunk and meaner than a skunk, where were you guys? Brody opened his mouth to answer and then shut it again. He swallowed. Don't play dumb. The whole town knows, what kind of a man he is. I kept thinking, we have this big family, and one of them will show up and make things right. And no one ever did. So I'm asking, where were you? We were trying to keep Thatcher alive, replied Scott Westbrook. Kayla turned at the same time the guys did. There, as if called out of the universe by this moment, were Brody's mom and dad. Scott and Karen stood on the edge of the booth, as if they were afraid to enter. Kayla didn't blame them. She was in the middle of it and wished she had a way out. Family drama was not her forte. As much as she'd wished over the years to have a family like the Westbrooks, she'd never considered the vast amount of hurt feelings that came with them. Scott's words hung in the air, heavy and full of meaning. Trying to keep their son alive. Kayla knew the story. Thatcher had been diagnosed with a terminal illness his first year of high school. They'd mortgaged the B&B to pay for treatments and medicines. Anything to save his life. He'd lived long enough to graduate, marry, and father 2 children. It was more than anyone could hope for, but still not enough. Dean's hard lines melted as he too considered things from Scott and Karen's perspective. Thatcher would have been in the thick of treatments when Dean was going through his own Dante's Inferno. Karen reached for Dean. I'm so sorry, Dean. She glanced at Brody and held out a hand, inviting him to take it. He didn't. His face was hard and his eyes glinted. Kayla's heart ached for him and his parents. They were standing within 3 feet of one another, but it might have been 3,000. We messed up, in so many ways. She let her hand fall. Leanne came to dinner out at the ranch. It was so good to see her. We've missed you, all of you. We're hosting Thanksgiving, the B&B. Of course the country cousins will have their own dinner, and Stephanie does her thing. But we'd love it if you and your sisters would come. That was good, Kayla thought. Less pressure than the whole family getting together, but a step toward reconciliation. She chewed her lip. Could this be all it would take to heal the past and open the future? A conversation? Maybe it would work for her and Grandpa too. Maybe he was waiting for her to make the first move and ask the questions that weighed on her mind. Dean's eyebrows pinched together. I'll think about it. How about you? She ventured to Brody. I'm busy. He turned around and walked back to Wynn's register stand, his eyes on the crowd and everywhere but on his parents. Karen's shoulders fell. She drew in a breath and lifted herself with what appeared to be a great effort. She grasped Dean's forearm. We didn't know it at the time, but Thatcher's death took 2 sons from our family. Please don't let it mean we lost you too. Scott nodded. He put his arm around her. We really are sorry, Dean. And we're glad you're back. We've been praying for you for a long time. Dean's eyebrows flew up. Why? Because we miss you. We love you. We want you to be happy. Scott scratched behind his ear. It took a while to come out of the grief fog after Thatcher died, and by then you were gone. You've been weighing on our minds. Dean looked to Kayla. I'm not sure where to go with that. Scott laughed, and soon Karen joined in. There's no pressure. We'll be here when you're ready to talk. And if there's anything we can do in the meantime, please let us know. Karen hurriedly hugged Dean, like she was worried that if she held on too long he'd push her away. Kayla smiled at the crew in her booth. The feeling here was much better than it had been a few moments before. The tension had been almost too much for her to bear. She wasn't used to putting feelings out there for the world to look at, scrutinize, and probably judge. For all the drama in the family, at least the Westbrooks were brave people. Dean started backing away. I need to, yeah. He spun on his heel and was off, disappearing into the crowd. Kayla stared after him. She knew exactly what caused him to run out of there, and her heart ached for him. He was hurt. He was alone. But he didn't need to be. Scott stepped forward and began shooing her out of the booth. Go after him. What? Kayla waved her arm at the goods. I can't just leave. We'll stay and watch things, Karen promised. He needs someone to talk to. Kayla didn't even take off her work apron. She dove into the crowd of people, moving in the direction she'd seen Dean disappear, all the while praying that she'd find him fast. Chapter 13. Dean. The lake was calm on this fall night. Couples strolled along the bank, content to hold hands and watch the colors dance across the glassy water. Dean stared at the tree's reflection without seeing it. His aunt and uncle prayed for him. That blew apart his theory that they were glad to be rid of him and the shadow he cast on the family. He thought they'd written him off as surely as his father, that they didn't think about him any more than they thought about the fly they swatted away 3 days ago. Soft footsteps approached. He didn't have to turn around to know it was Kayla. Her leather apron made a distinct sound as it flapped against her thighs. Don't tiptoe around me. It grates on my nerves, he said over his shoulder, regretting his gruff tone. She wasn't to blame for any of this. She huffed. Fine. She stomped over, her shoes echoing off the dock and scaring away the geese who hoped for a piece of bread or a cracker. They honked as they took flight. Better? She asked as she took a seat by him, her feet dangling off the edge of the dock like his. He smiled at her. It is. I prefer to know what's coming. She nodded. I get that. She glanced down and ran her finger over the smooth edge of a piece of wood. I bet you were thrown off by a lot of things tonight. Apparently, my booth is easy to sneak up on, because I didn't see them coming. He chuckled. I didn't think about the timing of everything back then. About Thatcher and what they were all going through. All I could see was my own hell. That's understandable. She slipped her arm through his and let her hand rest on his forearm and her head on his shoulder. The thing with Kayla was that she gave love so easily. And maybe it wasn't quite love, they'd only been on one date, after all. Her heart was out there, though, right where he could see it, or stomp on it if he wasn't careful. He envied her innocence. A sense of things being right in the world hit him like a tree branch to the face. With Kayla by his side, the colors on the lake came alive and he suddenly couldn't look away from their beauty. I like being around you. You're. She jumped in. Boring. He nearly jerked in surprise. I was going to say peaceful, warm, and inviting. I tell you things I wouldn't tell anyone. It's weird. Kayla chuckled. Weird. Like being arrested by a guy and then hanging out with him? Yeah. He cocked a grin at her. Weird like that. I don't usually date ex-cons. She laughed and shoved him away before resuming her spot. Something in his chest loosened. I don't think your aunt and uncle hold anything against you. In case you were wondering about that. They should. The words were out and honest and raw as the edge of the dock that bit into his legs. Maybe. They were adults when you were a kid, though. I'm sure their version of things is different than yours. How do you mean? She stared out over the calm waters as if searching for the answer, even though she'd find it inside herself. I remember when I came to live with Grandpa. I was scared. I didn't know this old man with wrinkles, a loud voice, and these hands that looked like sledgehammers. His heart folded in on itself to hear her describe any man's hands as weapons. You weren't always treated well? She shook her head. I blocked out most of my time before Harvest Ranch, but I remember glimpses, mostly feelings, fear. She shrugged as if taking off those memories and setting them aside. Grandpa talks about my arrival differently than I do. For him, I was curious about all the tools in the workshop but wanted alone time in there. He didn't think I was avoiding him or learning to trust him, just getting used to sharing a house and workshop. He didn't see me as damaged, but a clean, curious slate. Did he know what you'd been through? Her head nodded against his arm. He never brought it up, though. Dean reached over and brushed his hand down her cheek. She continued, it seems like your family wants to be part of your life, you know, however far you want to let them in. He let her words sit with him for a few minutes. Want to know a secret? He finally asked. I want to know all your secrets. Her cheek lifted. He brushed her cheek again. The Westbrooks look like we have it all together, but we have so many skeletons the closet won't hold them. Do you want them in the closet? The strength of her question caught him off guard. Don't you? Doesn't everyone? Nope. I'd like to know where my mom is, who my dad is. But I can't ask Grandpa, he buried the skeleton so deep I may never find it. Seems like you need to ask him. She nudged him. Easy for you to say. He chuckled. You got me. He paused. You know what we need? What? Practice. Practice? Practice saying the things that are true and scary. She sat up straighter and turned toward him. The light sparkling off the lake reflected in her eyes, making them bright and inviting. He could stare into them all day and all night. I'm game. I don't think there's anything you could say that would scare me. He gave her a cocky grin. Is that a challenge? She swallowed, and he worried she'd back out. Challenge given. He reached up and touched her cheek once more. Kayla, I want to kiss you. WWH what? You can't just blurt something like that out, she sputtered. Why not? He laughed. That wasn't the reaction he hoped for, but it wasn't a rejection either. Say the hard thing, this is practice. She gritted her teeth as if drawing courage. Okay. You can't say that because it makes me nervous. Nervous that I'll kiss you? He traced her arm and she shivered. Maybe. Maybe is not a hard thing to say. Are you nervous you'll like kissing me? He was pushing her a little, teasing, testing. Yes, she blurted, cringing. Worried about her reaction, he asked, is that a bad thing? Maybe. She was killing him. Say the words, Kayla. Even if you think they'll hurt me, say it. She closed her eyes. Was it so hard to look at him while she was truthful? He'd opened himself up to rejection, to being something more than just friends with her, and she couldn't even look at him. He felt like a rotten squash in the winter garden. She swallowed again. I'm afraid that my skin will explode in glitter and fireworks and that I won't be able to stop kissing you. She dropped her face in her hands. That was mortifying. He leaned over and whispered in her ear. I'm afraid you will stop and I'll only get one shot at this. She slowly lowered her hands and lifted her gaze to meet his. He held his breath, waiting for her next truth. This was so much harder on his heart than he thought it would be. The organ pounded against his ribs like the wrongfully imprisoned. He leaned closer. Her hand flittered up to his collarbone, so hot that he might melt under her touch. His eyes went to her lips, those full and delightfully bowed invitations. Dean. She said his name with a mixture of longing and need that sent him over the edge. He closed the distance, and then he exploded in fireworks. Though they weren't the kind that he'd seen in New York over the harbor, big and showy and loud. They were the kind he'd seen while sitting on his back porch, his mom shucking corn for a family dinner and the ice cream maker churning in the background. They were hometown and coming home, the knowledge that he belonged here, while at the same time they were new and thrilling, lighting up his world. He tucked his hand into her hair and pulled her to him. They were saying all the truths now and not speaking a word. A kiss had never been so honest. It was hard to say goodbye to Kayla after a kiss like that, but Dean's shift was starting and she had to get back to her booth. Thank goodness his aunt and uncle had been there to take over for her, otherwise, he may have missed out on a moment he'd never forget. He supposed that was a point in their favor and not something he could overlook. He'd have to say thank you when he saw them, if he saw them. Who was he kidding? This was Harvest Ranch, he'd see them probably a dozen times before Thanksgiving. Which meant he had to come up with an answer to their invitation. Right now, he was happy to put all that on a back shelf and focus on making his rounds and planning his next date with a talented redhead. He swung the door to the security shed open and stepped inside. We've got a problem, growled Chris from the desk. He sat hunched over several papers, his back curved under the weight of whatever had him worried. The room was small and the heater rumbled along, sounding a lot like the room's inhabitant with its low grumbles. It wasn't that cold in Harvest Ranch, yet. But today there was a breeze that seemed to come right off the mountaintop. What's up? Dean took the chair across from him, swinging it around and resting his arms across the back while he straddled it. Chris leaned back, his belly poking out in his shirt. He'd been doing plainclothes surveillance, acting like a tourist and eating all the goodies. Looked like it was starting to catch up to him. It's one of the oldest scams in the book. You give over $100 bill, then get some change, realize you have a 50 in your purse and then ask for your 100 back. Bills go back and forth until the scammer has stolen a lot of money and walks away looking like a happy customer. The booth owner doesn't realize what happened until they try to cash out the till. This is happening here? Dean sat forward, worried for Kayla. And the other booth owners, of course. But Kayla was alone in her booth so much. If someone came in trying to steal from her, she wouldn't have any backup. It's been happening all week. Maybe longer. The first booth to realize it was the alpaca yarn booth. Dean nodded. He'd been past there multiple times a day. The yarn was hugely popular this year, and the woman who ran the booth was a bit of an oddball. She wore tie-dye coveralls and scarves made from her yarn, and her long brown hair was in dreadlocks. She had a cute face and a ready smile, and she was always chewing gum. Chris continued, the jewelry booth, the artist guy, and the people with the baby wrap things. Swaddling blankets, Dean filled in. They've all been hit. With over $1,000 stolen between them. Yow. I don't want another dollar lost. Let's get this guy and get him out of our festival. Dean stood up. I'm on it. Sit down. We're not done. Dean felt his guard go up. Chris wouldn't look him in the eye, and that never bode well. What? He prompted. Chris hemmed and hawed as he rearranged his desk. Here's the thing. He twisted his face up tight and then let it fall back to its natural resting spot. I've had some inquiries into your involvement in the festival. The old feeling of being on the outside of Harvest Ranch, of not being wanted, started to climb out of the box he'd stuffed it into. What kind of inquiries? Well, with money going missing, and your sudden appearance this year, some people don't think it's a coincidence. Dean curled his fingers into fists. And what did you tell them? It was only with that question that Chris finally met his gaze. I said you had nothing to do with it. I don't, he spat out. This conversation had lost its flavor. I know. I know. I just wanted to warn you that there are rumors. Keep doing what you're doing and I'm sure they'll die off. Dean stood. Yeah, right. He flipped the around and set all four legs down at once. It's never going to go away. He reached for the door, ready to get out of this squeeze box and breathe in some fresh air. Dean. Chris was on his feet, leaning over the table. Don't let it get to you. You're better than that. Dean stopped, even the anger that had fueled his hasty retreat seemed to stop in his veins. What did you say? I said you're better than that. I like what I've seen out of you so far, and I think you could have a shot at the academy. But you've got to be mentally strong. Dean nodded once. Like water off a duck's back. Good man. Dean hurried out, hoping the chief didn't see the shock and deep appreciation drawing moisture to his eyes. No one in authority had ever told him he was better than the rumors, better than the reputation he didn't deserve. No one. Not only that, but Chris had all but promised to sponsor him for the academy. That would be a dream come true. He could finally put his life on a track that meant something instead of always trying to outrun his past. He stood tall, surveying the festival and the people who were gearing up for a night of music and dancing. As much as he wished he could spin Kayla around the dance floor, he was thrilled for another opportunity to prove to Chris that he had what it took to climb the ladder and be an equal in the department. He was a little worried about what Kayla would think if she heard the rumors, but he believed in her belief in him. A woman didn't kiss the way she did without a river of loyalty. So now he had two friends in town, Kayla and Chris. He half laughed. If someone had told him at the start of the festival that those two would end up being his closest supporters, he would have thought they were nuts. Of course, if someone had told him he'd kiss the woman he detained on his first night as a security guard, he would have laughed in their faces. His return to Harvest Ranch wasn't at all what he'd expected. It was so much better. And he couldn't wait to see what tomorrow brought. Chapter 14. The day after the best kiss of her life, Kayla was caught between a dream world where she relived the kisses by the lake over and over again and the real world where the Harvest Festival was in full swing. The longer the festival went, the more people arrived each day. They hurried through like clocks ticked in their earbuds instead of music and podcasts. Orders for custom pieces stacked up. She and Grandpa would have a busy November if they were going to get them all done in time for gift giving. What a wonderful thought that was, though, the idea of making people happy on Christmas morning, even if it came at the cost of mindlessly stamping belts for days on end. Excuse me? Asked a woman standing in front of Kayla at the register. Kayla blinked and focused in on her, noting her knitted poncho wrap thing in aqua and matching knitted cap. On anyone else, they would be considered over the top, but this woman wore them like she was born to be amazing. Kayla found herself smiling. Yes? The woman pushed her glasses up her nose. I couldn't help but notice that woman's beautiful bag. She pointed to Wynne, who was standing in her booth with the purse Kayla had sold her hanging over her shoulder. She said she got it here, but I don't see any on display. I wondered if you had some under there. She then pointed to the small stand where the register perched. I'm sorry, but that was a one-of-a-kind. Movement out of the corner of her eye had Kayla turning to see Wynne making wild gestures at her. Kayla stared for a moment, not at all able to decipher what Wynne wanted her to say. We don't sell purses, Grandpa added. He was hunched over the work table, stamping his way through belt after belt. Saddlebags, yes. Purses. No. Today was one of those days when he had more energy than he knew what to do with. In his 60s, he'd had the ambition of a 20-year-old but not always the endurance to follow through with his big plans. Kayla couldn't imagine him as a kid, he probably exhausted his mother. But, the woman placed both hands on the edge of the register stand. I must have one. You see, I'm certain I was meant to own a leather bag, it's written in the stars, and my guardian angel confirmed it the moment I laid eyes on hers. She pointed at Wynne again. My whole universe aligned. Won't you please make me a bag? Kayla looked into her bright green eyes, made larger because of the curve of her glasses, and felt this tug in her heart, like the pulling of a loose thread that would unravel simply everything. Crazy enough, she wanted that unraveling. Craved it. Maybe it was Dean's kisses. He was all bad boy lips and gentlemanly ways, a combination that set her on the edge of excitement and made her feel safe enough to jump. I can do it. The thread tugged 2 more sticks out, and the release was palpable. Wonderful. She clapped her hands. I'd like just a few adjustments. Kayla blinked rapidly. But you said you wanted a bag just like that. Oh, I do. I want the color, the thick leather, and the stitching. It's just, I want to keep my knitting in there, so I'll need a place to put my needles. What a relief. Adding a strip of leather to the interior wouldn't take long. Okay. And? Kayla reached for a piece of scratch paper and began sketching. Longer handles. That woman is thin as a toothpick, and her bag would sit right at my boobs. Grandpa coughed uncomfortably at the word boob being thrown about in his booth full of men's leather accessories. Kayla sucked on her bottom lip to keep from laughing, both at his discomfort and the woman's lack of it. I'd like it to sit about here. The top of the bag or the bottom? Kayla clarified. The top. That way I can knit and walk at the same time. Is that possible? She asked in disbelief. If you're a true knitterhead, it is. Not sure what a knitterhead actually was, Kayla rolled with it. And I'd like a pocket on the inside. Tall enough for my pattern book. She motioned with her hands, indicating a 5 by 7 size. Got it. Kayla quickly added the pocket to the rough sketch. She did some quick calculations. This wasn't going to be cheap. She didn't need to be stuck with a custom knitting bag worth several $100s. Borrowing a business principal from Grandpa, she said, before I get started, I'll need a deposit. Of course. How much? Half down. With the added pocket and such, it'll be $450 total. Oh my gosh. Had she just quoted that price out loud? Grandpa coughed hard, giving her a disbelieving look. She was crazy, absolutely crazy. Surely the woman would walk out of here, her written in the stars bag still a dream. Here. She plunked her credit card on the counter without so much as a worry. Kayla glanced at the name, Martha. I'll be back in 3 days to pick it up. Kayla ran the card and charged her for half. It'll be ready. 3 days was tight for a custom bag, but the profit margin was worth the rush. Besides, this was the first special order project she'd been excited about. Working on a knitting bag and ignoring the belt orders would be a treat. Ta-ta. Martha grinned as she tucked her card into her bra. I heard there was an alpaca yarn dealer here somewhere, and I'm determined to hunt her down and buy her out. Good luck with that. Kayla waved as Martha hurried out of the booth. She watched her go, amazed at her luck. Wynn swooped in for a hug. You're amazing. Kayla laughed. You're the one who sold the purse, not me. It wasn't hard. Your work is beautiful. All clean lines. Women, moms, crave order in any way we can get it, since just about everything gets pulled off the shelves or dumped out of the toy box. Kayla laughed. You're not selling this whole motherhood thing. Wynn giggled. It's wonderful, trust me. Wouldn't trade my kids for a maid and a cook. Wait, she paused as if considering the trade. Yep, I'll keep them. Kayla laughed again. You're hilarious. Wynn rubbed her palms together. So, what are you going to call yourself? What do you mean? Wynn pointed to the maker's mark on one of Grandpa's wallets. You need a brand. Something separate from all this cowboy stuff. Kayla's ears burned knowing Grandpa was listening in. I don't know that I need to brand a single purse. But it's not just the one purse, Wynn insisted. You could get 10 more orders before the festival is over, and if you had a website. I mean, there's a whole world out there. We already are big, Grandpa interjected. We're known around the world for our handcrafted leather goods and cowboy style. Wynn clamped her mouth shut and gave Kayla an apologetic glance. I'm not saying she should compete with you, Billy. Your brand is incredible, and my husband won't wear any leather unless it goes through your shop. But you have to see that Kayla's style is completely different from yours. They don't belong under the same label. What good is my label if it doesn't work for my own granddaughter? Grandpa pushed to his feet. His blue eyes turned icy as he stared them both down. I've worked hard, built this company into something worth passing along, and you're saying it's not good enough for her? Grandpa. Kayla stepped toward him, her arms out and ready to hug around his round belly. That's not what Wynn means. No, sir. Wynn didn't have a chance to elaborate. Grandpa grunted and hurried out of the booth as fast as his arthritic knees would let him. Kayla sighed heavily. That's why I didn't want to start my own business. Wynn sat there for a moment, both of them staring at the place where Grandpa disappeared around the corner. Wait, did you say didn't? As in past tense? You didn't want to start your own business, but now you do? Kayla allowed herself a small smile. In light of Grandpa's hurt feelings, it seemed unkind to be happy about her own adventure. This bag, she held up the sketch, is more exciting to me than 1,000 belt orders. I don't know how I can spend the rest of my life doing something I'm not passionate about. Wynn's eyes lit up. Ooh, passion, huh? Have you had some experience with passion lately? Maybe with a certain Westbrook? Kayla's face heated. Her forehead felt like it was on fire, and she pressed a cool palm to it in hopes that it would return to its normal shade and temperature. Wynn giggled. I won't press you for details, because your hair might catch fire. Stop. Kayla burst out laughing. I'm not telling you anything. Wynn pumped her eyebrows. You don't have to. A girl can tell. Okay, so you're starting a business. You need online support. Kayla nodded, grateful that her friend was intuitive and also kind enough to leave her alone when needed. I'll call Brody. He does Grandpa's web stuff. I'll bet he can help me. Wynn nodded thoughtfully. He's fantastic, and he'll help you with marketing on Google and stuff. I saw him here today. She leaned to the side to take in those passing the booth. He's been hanging around a lot this year. That's what was thinking, Wynn agreed. Brody usually kept to himself, but she'd seen him walk by several times in the last week. I hope you don't mind me saying, but having you in the family would be good for the Westbrooks too. Wynn put a hand on her arm. Kayla flushed again and wondered if she'd ever have a conversation where that didn't happen. How Wynn could talk about things like joining the family or marriage or passion so easily was beyond her. How so? Brody hasn't been around much. He's been around me, but I'm the only Westbrook he seems to like. And you, she glanced down. Well, if you can bring him into the circle even more. Whoa there. Kayla waved her hands as if trying to stop a runaway parade float. I'm not a Westbrook. I'm not even close. I know. But we're friends. And you're kind of seeing another Westbrook, and we hang out, and I just think it would be good for him to be around people who are around his family. Kayla put her hand to her cheek. I don't mean to put pressure on you. Well, you did, Kayla joked, even though she felt anything but joking about the whole thing. I'm not out to mend a family rift. I just want a website. Which is why I'll do it, said Brody from behind her. Wynn jumped. She faced her brother-in-law with a sheepish shrug. How long have you been listening in? Kayla wanted to crawl into a hole. Was there anything more mortifying than being caught talking about someone behind their back? And it kept happening. These booths were too open. There wasn't a hardwood floor to warn her when footsteps approached. From now on, she was keeping her mouth shut tight. Long enough to know you've been meddling. Brody zipped up his jacket. Wynn straightened and shook a finger at him. It's not meddling if you love someone. Brody huffed. Spoken like a true Westbrook. Wynn brightened. I'm taking that as a compliment. Brody chuckled. You would. She swatted at him. I'm going to pretend that you've been a gentleman and not tried to tick me off. He pointed to his chest. Me? You're the one trying to rearrange my life. It's what sisters do. Ask Kayla. Wynn pointed to her. They both turned to face her, and panic rose up like an overflowing toilet. Don't drag me into this. Why not? You're on the fringe of the Westbrook clan, the chance of becoming one of us within reach. You should weigh in. Brody's tone was full of teasing. Kayla would have been humiliated, but she was starting to feel more comfortable with these people and the way they liked to tease. Well, she may have been a quiet child, but she'd grown into her voice. Why, Brody Westbrook, are you asking me to marry you? Brody gaped and sputtered. That wasn't what I meant. Wynn smothered her laughter with her hand. I think she knew that, she informed him. Brody narrowed his gaze at Kayla. Are you giving me a hard time? She nodded, feeling so proud of herself for being brave enough to tease. To her, an only child, teasing was an act that only a trusted relationship would survive. She held her breath, waiting for Brody's response. Brody threw his head back and laughed. I didn't know you had it in you. He smacked her shoulder. Wynn beamed like a proud older sister. I did. Kayla let out the air she'd been holding in. These people were being sewn into the tapestry of her life, and she loved every stitch. Well, I just had to be sure. You've been hanging around an awful lot. Brody laughed harder. If you only knew, he shook a finger at her. Watch yourself. Once they suck you in, there's no escaping. A grin that wouldn't be denied stretched across her lips. She had no intention of trying to escape this family who seemed to want her as much as she wanted them. Grandpa and Leather had been enough for a long time. Now that she was older and coming into her own, she yearned for more. Let's talk logos. She flipped to a clean page in the sketchbook and began drawing circles, crowns, suns, moons, and her initials. Wynn excused herself to help customers. Grandpa wandered back in and sat at the workbench without looking at either of them. He had the largest cider cup possible and was sucking it down like he hadn't had a drink in 3 weeks. A scowl dragged his thick brows down low. Kayla's heart lurched. Why did he have to make going on her own so hard? Then again, why couldn't she be comfortable with things the way they were? Why did she have a drive to be more, do more, and create more than what Grandpa had to offer, which was everything he had and was? She blinked back tears as the realization of the depth of her betrayal smacked her in the face. Hey. Brody touched her arm. You okay? She stared down at the point of contact, not feeling it at all. That was so unlike when Dean touched her. When his skin brushed hers, her whole body felt the connection. She was so numb. She swallowed the lump in her throat. She couldn't show weakness now, or fear over where this decision would lead her. Grandpa was a determined soul, and he could roll right through that chink in her fence, taking the whole thing down with him. "I'm good." She cleared her throat once and then twice, lies always seemed to stick there. "Why don't you take this?" She ripped the page out of the sketchbook and handed it over. "And see what you can come up with?" He looked over her doodles. "No hearts?" She shook her head. "I like them in other logos, but I've never seen myself as a heart person." "What do you see yourself as?" "Arrows," she answered without thinking. "And circles." "Interesting." Brody plucked at his lip as he stared at the page. "Why is that interesting?" asked Grandpa. It was the first thing he'd said since coming back, and it caught both Kayla and Brody by surprise. Brody stuck his free hand in his pocket. "Doodling arrows like this," he pointed to the page, "means she's looking toward the future. The circles mean she yearns for unity." Grandpa huffed. "Hugwash." Kayla gave Brody an apologetic look. He returned it with a smile that said he thought Grandpa was funny. "I'll send you something in the next couple of days." "Thank you. I'm not sure how fast I want to move on this. We have a lot of orders coming in for Christmas, so time is an issue." "3 belts that need to be done today," Grandpa reminded her as he pounded away at a strip of leather, hitting it hard enough to send the imprint all the way through. "I'll be right over to help," Kayla promised. Brody gave her a small wave and made his way over to Wynne, who was just closing up a sale on her outdoor love seat. The woman didn't want the teal-colored cushions, so they were removing those as Brody approached. The couch was priced at over $500. Kayla knew because she'd been eyeing it up for the last 2 weeks. It looked like the perfect place to take a nap on a summer afternoon, and she had just the tree in the backyard to place it under. Oh well. Maybe Wynne could make another one for her and she could give it to Grandpa for his birthday this spring. Her phone dinged, and she checked her text messages. "Dean, can I buy you a piece of pie at Chocolate between our shifts tonight?" She stared at the question. "Are you sure?" She sent back. "We could go to the Blue Shadow Cafe instead." "Dean, their pumpkin pie doesn't have any chocolate in it." She chucked. "What's with these Westbrooks and chocolate, anyway?" Judd was just as crazy over it, showing up with bags of Oopsies chocolates from Chocolate a couple times a week. Wynne went gaga over them every time. You'd think chocolate was in short supply, but no, there was plenty to go around. They just loved it that much. "Kayla, I could go for chocolate pumpkin pie." "Dean, it's a date." Kayla hugged her phone to her chest and sighed happily. "Can you spare a minute from your busy social life to work?" Grandpa barked. Kayla hurried and tucked her phone into her back pocket. She picked up the piece of leather with the order form attached with a rubber band wrapped around both. The stool was hard beneath her backside and cold. She shivered. That Brody doesn't know what he's talking about. Grandpa looked over the top of his glasses to line up the basket weave tool. "Unity." Huh. Kayla kept her head down as she moistened the leather to prep it for the stencil. "I don't know, he studied graphic design. Maybe he knows about these things. You and me have lived together for 20+ years, we're united just fine." She lined up the plastic stencil and tapped it lightly with the mallet, transferring the design to the leather. "We don't talk, though," she hedged, wondering how far to push. Grandpa had already had a shock today with her moving toward her own brand. Maybe she should just keep quiet. "We're talking now." She chewed her lip. "You got something to say?" She glanced up just long enough to see the hardness in his eyes. Part of her wanted to hide under the work table. The other part wanted to charge right into his anger with a big dose of her own. She handed the belt over for him to cut in the design while she prepped the next one. "You keep things from me." His jaw dropped. "Like what?" He threw his arms out, indicating the products on display. I taught you everything I know. Everything. He picked up the swivel knife and focused on the imprint she'd just made. Kayla swallowed. Before, when her world was him and leather, she'd stop here. Because she couldn't face a life without anyone in it. But she wasn't isolated like that anymore. She had friends. She had Dean, who was quickly becoming an important part of her life. Her palms began to sweat, and she put the leather down for fear of staining it. Why didn't my mom want me? The words were small and barely whispered, but they somehow filled the whole tent with tension. The silence was killing her. When she finally looked up, the sight caused her to gasp. Blood spilled over the work table, coming out of Grandpa's left hand. What happened? She lunged for a roll of paper towels they kept on the shelf under the workbench and grabbed up his hand. It slipped out of her grip and smacked on the table. Grandpa's eyes were glassy. "Don't faint on me," she said firmly. "When?" she practically screamed. Wynne didn't appear, and she glanced over her shoulder to see her booth empty. Where was she? She turned the other way and saw Emily in the soap booth. "Help!" she yelled to her. Emily glanced over and then came running. "What happened?" "I think he cut himself. If you can steady him for a minute. He doesn't do well with blood." Which was an understatement. The first time she'd scraped her knee, he'd almost passed out looking for a band-aid. After that, she found her own band-aids. "Sure." Emily stood behind Grandpa and kept him upright. She picked up one of the plastic stencils and used it as a fan, blowing air on his face. Kayla wrapped a dozen paper towels around his hand. "He needs stitches," Emily said quietly. "Do you think he can walk?" Kayla nudged Grandpa. "Grandpa? Look at me. Look at me." She spoke as calmly as she could, considering the situation. "Can you walk?" Grandpa's eyes cleared as he focused on her. "Walk?" Kayla nodded slowly. "We're going to walk to the car. Okay?" She thought about explaining the situation to him, but he'd know soon enough that he was in for some shots and stitches, and she needed him on his feet. There was no way she could carry him out of the festival, and he'd sooner die than be rolled out on a stretcher. He rose slowly to his feet without answering. Emily backed up and pulled his chair out from behind him to give him room to turn. "I'll watch your shop." She nodded once and then hurried over to her booth to check out a customer. The last thing on Kayla's mind was the shop. Who cared if it all disappeared if Grandpa was hurt? But she wasn't worried at all. Between Emily and Wynne, the place was covered. Which was a wonderful feeling, knowing that they had her back. She put her hand around Grandpa's middle, and he draped an arm over her shoulder. "You're a good girl, taking care of me." She smiled. The blood must have rushed out of his head if he was handing out compliments like that. "It's going to be okay. I've got you." He leaned into her, and they slowly made their way down the aisle toward the car. Kayla's head spun with worries for her grandfather. What if he couldn't work leather anymore? What if he'd cut something important, like a ligament or something? Leather was his life. Leather and her. He'd lived his life with just leather until she'd shown up, and he'd been content. Which always made her think that he could live without her, but not without his work. She felt a weight much heavier than Grandpa pull her down. He had to be okay. He just had to. Chapter 15. Dean. Dean stood outside Chocolate and stared at his phone. Kayla was supposed to meet him here 5 minutes ago. However, he'd been early and loitered around out front for a solid 15 minutes now. He ran his hand through his hair. It was still damp from the shower he'd taken in preparation for his pie date with Kayla. He'd even put some product in it that Stacy made him by the last time he got a haircut. It smelled like coconuts and something spicy that he supposed was for the ladies, because all it did was make his eyes water in the shower. He glanced down at his boot-cut jeans, shined black cowboy boots, and button-up shirt. Nothing said Westbrook like cowboy boots. He'd sworn in high school that he'd never wear them, but when he'd lived in Oklahoma waiting tables at night, He'd had to wear a pair as part of the uniform and found out they were quite comfortable. Darn it all if this town wasn't sucking him in. Which was what he wanted, right? It was why he'd come home, to face the people who labeled him the no-good son of Dean Westbrook Sr. before he was old enough to know what that even meant. It was only with some deep introspection, and late-night talks with his former boss, that he'd realized he didn't have to be his dad, that he had a choice in the matter. Except now, he questioned how much of that label was other people and how much of it was himself. He thought his extended family had given up on him, turned their backs, when life got hard. But after talking with Scott and Karen the other night, he realized that there'd been a lot more going on during that time than he thought. Truly, he hadn't connected the timetable of Thatcher's diagnosis with what was happening at home. Sure, he'd known what was going on with his cousin, everyone in town knew. Somehow, he'd managed to separate himself from all that. By then, emotional distance was a specialty of his. His blood pressure started to rise as it did every time he thought about his father. Not that the man deserved that title. Using a deep breathing technique, he calmed his pounding heart. Tonight wasn't supposed to be about the past. It was about the future, a future he hoped included Kayla, and possibly his extended family. That was why he'd opted to meet at Chocolate. He wanted to make contact with his Aunt Michelle. Maybe compliment Presley on her latest creation, she was always coming up with something new. His hope was that Kayla would be right there with him. He didn't know how she managed it, but she was a confidence booster. And it wasn't like she showered him with compliments or even told him what to do. She just looked at him like he was something, and he believed her. "Excuse me." Bo Winslow, local bookstore owner, reached past him to open the door. His labradoodle stayed close to his side, eager to get out the door. He wasn't sure how he'd ended up right in front of it, but he sidestepped to allow him by. "Sorry." "No worries." Bo smiled easily. The door opened and a whoosh of chocolate scent hit him in the face. Along with it came a host of memories, longing, and fear. What if his olive branch wasn't as easily accepted by Michelle and her family as it had been by Scott and Karen? What if Michelle harbored bad feelings toward him for running away? When he'd taken off, he'd thought that was what everyone wanted. Now, he wasn't so sure. His heart started racing and he checked his phone for a message from Kayla. It wasn't like her to be this late. Maybe she had a special order at the booth that she couldn't get away from. Still, she would have texted. She was the nicest, most considerate person he knew. He sent her a text. "Can't wait to see you." That didn't sound desperate at all. It was cool. Chill. Not at all like he was freaking out over her being 15 minutes late. He began to pace. 5 minutes later, without so much as an emoji from Kayla, he glanced through the picture window and into the shop. Maybe he could do this. Inside, Presley laughed at something Garth said, smacking him on the shoulder as she walked by with a platter of cookies. He laughed in return. They were so happy. Heck, they had everything: a thriving business on Main Street, 2 parents who adored them, and the perfect life. He didn't have any of that. Who was he kidding? Kayla wouldn't want someone like him. She deserved someone who had it all together, no skeletons in their closet. A bitter taste filled his mouth, and he could only label it jealousy. Trying to swallow it down, he turned and made his way to his truck, his shoulders hunched. It was a good thing she hadn't shown up. She was better off without him. Chapter 16. Kayla. Kayla twisted her hands in her lap. The wooden chair in Dr. Santana's waiting room was as comfortable as sitting on a pumpkin. There should be a law that waiting room seats were double padded, heated, and came with massagers. She shifted, trying to keep her backside from falling asleep. "I'm sorry, do you know what's taking so long?" she asked Sarah Jean, the doctor's mother and the office receptionist. Sarah Jean lifted her large brown eyes, framed by wrinkles that only added to her beauty. "I'm sure it won't be much longer." She smiled softly. Everything about the woman was soft, from her graying black hair to her flowing blouse. She had 3 turquoise rings on each hand and matching earrings. Kayla looked down at her t-shirt and jeans, feeling like a country bumpkin. There was country, and then there was country with style. The Westbrook women had style and managed to function on the ranch. How they pulled off wearing mascara and roping steers, she'd never know. Half the time she was lucky to throw her long hair into a messy bun or braid during the festival. Of course, working in the shop meant pulling her hair back anyway. The last thing she needed was to have it caught in a tool or let it swipe through a dye. Thinking of the Westbrooks had her mind jumping to Dean. Shoot. She checked the clock on the wall. She was so late for their date. How had she forgotten chocolate pumpkin pie? Scrambling to dial his number, she held her breath. Hello? Dean? Oh my gosh. I'm so glad you answered. What's wrong? She let out a sigh of relief that he'd caught on to her panicked state of mind. She'd stood him up, and she felt horrible for it. Grandpa's getting sticks. He sliced his hand open at the booth. I'm walking there now. She held her breath. She'd left without so much as a backward glance. I was so worried. I didn't even lock the register. Emily said she'd watch over things. She was babbling, and she knew it. His silence was killing her. Was he mad that she'd missed their date? It's all locked up. He must have pulled the phone away from his ear, and she heard him talking to someone. Wind says they helped close things down and they hope Billy is okay. She whooshed out a breath. Thank you. Tell her thank you. I owe them big time. He relayed the message. She chewed her thumbnail, wondering how to broach the subject of standing him up. Dean, listen, I'm so sorry I missed our date. There was a pause. One that seemed to last longer than it should. Her grip tightened on the chair. It's okay. I mean, I understand you couldn't help it. He said all the right words, but something was off. I couldn't, but that doesn't mean I wish I was sitting across from you right now. Had she said too much? It wasn't like they'd expressed their feelings for one another yet. Well, they sort of had in the kisses they'd shared, but they hadn't put them into words. Can I get a rain check? She put as much cheer into her voice as she could muster. Between not knowing how badly Grandpa was injured and the strange note in Dean's voice, she was stretched thin. Sure. Maybe we'll hit the cafe after all. But I thought you wanted Presley's special pie? I'm not sure it matters. Dean? I gotta go. I'm on duty. I hope your grandpa feels better soon. He hung up, and she was left staring at her phone. That was not what she'd expected. Exhaustion hit her hard and fast, and she dropped her face into her hands and leaned over. What a mess. To think it had all started because she'd wanted to know why her own mother didn't love her enough to want to be with her. Why was that such a hard question, one that caused a man to forget he held a knife in his hand? She wanted to scream, but at the same time, she wanted to just go to sleep and escape all this for 12 hours. Your grandpa is asking for you. Kayla looked up to see Dr. Santana standing in front of her. The woman was so short that Kayla almost looked her in the eye while sitting down. Is he all right? She gulped. Dr. Santana smiled kindly. He's going to be just fine. Although he was in and out while I stitched him up, said a few choice words too. A ghost of a smile brushed across Kayla's face. I guess that's why he kicked me out. I don't think he likes to swear in front of me. She pushed out of the torture device, called a chair, and followed the doctor down the hall. The clinic was an older house that had been remodeled to fit the community's need. Dr. Santana was a godsend to Harvest Ranch, handling things on call as well as taking regular appointments. She wasn't ever far from the clinic, and Kayla never saw her at the festival. She wondered if she had any friends in town. All this time, Kayla had thought she was the only Harvest Ranch recluse. Perhaps there were more of them out there. Take your time. I don't have any more patients tonight, and I have a lot of charting to do. The doctor left with a comforting pat on Kayla's back. She smiled in return and then faced her grandfather. He laid on the exam table, his bandaged hand across his chest. He held it close, like a teddy bear. She sat on the doctor's round, rolling stool. "Hey, Grandpa. How you feeling?" "Like a fool." He put his good hand over his eyes and grimaced. "I should have been watching what I was doing, and now I can't work for 6 weeks." He lifted his bandaged hand off his chest and then lowered it again. Kayla gulped. There were so many Christmas orders, the stack of papers piled higher than the old yellow pages she couldn't get him to throw away. 6 weeks? That was mid-December. What? Grandpa dropped his hand from over his eyes and lifted his head off the crinkling tissue paper. "I'm so grateful I have you. Honestly, the whole time the doc was stitching me up, I kept thinking about how you know the business inside and out. You know the designs, and no one can tell the difference between your work and mine. We're gonna be okay." Kayla's soul pressed against the sides of the box, Grandpa's words folded around her. 6 weeks on nonstop tooling, dyeing, and copying another person's designs. The idea was stifling. "I need to finish that purse," she had the leather cut. She hoped to make one more to put out at the festival. Her evening hours were quickly disappearing. What would she do about Dean? He was already acting off. She needed to talk to him. But when? Now that she'd have to cover Grandpa's orders, she wouldn't be out of the shop until the new year. "You can get that done tonight, it's good money, and you did well on that sale." He patted her hand that was gripping the side of the exam table. "Then get right to work. I know you can do this, the fate of our brand rests on your shoulders." "Our brand? Our brand?" He nodded, shifting his gaze to the ceiling. "I can't very well expect you to do all this work without making you a partner." Tears pricked behind her eyes. A partnership was the highest honor Grandpa could give her. And she didn't want it. Her heart ached like it was being torn in two. I don't know what to say." How could she refuse him? Truly, the man looked broken and humble, and she knew it was killing him to not be able to work. He offered her a partnership out of respect, nothing less. There was oh so much more to it. If she did this, if she gave up her dream, she could wilt away. But if she refused him right now, in this moment, she might just break him. "Don't worry about that." Grandpa brought his gaze back to her, the pride shining clearly in his eyes. "Sometimes you don't have to say anything at all." She leaned over to hug him, if only to break eye contact, before he saw her fall to pieces as her dreams were tossed out the window. 2 days later, Kayla sat in the booth, her head heavy and her eyes scratching every time she blinked. The weather was chilly, and she'd put on a thick jean jacket with a flannel lining and was still cold. Or maybe that was her soul, since she felt like she'd sold it off when agreeing to take a partnership in Grandpa's business. Not only was she worried and stressed over her life, but she hadn't seen Dean. They texted sporadically and had one phone conversation that lasted less than 5 minutes as she'd updated him about Grandpa, and then she'd had to get off the phone so she could help Grandpa to the bathroom, though thankfully not in it. Dean had been supportive but aloof. She really needed to find him and figure out what was going on. The one bright spot in the last 2 days was the Beyond the Bag she'd finished for her new knitting friend. It was stunning, with all the right pockets and finishes. She'd even added a luggage-type tag so she could put her name on it in case it got lost. The only thing missing was a maker's mark. She'd stamped her initials instead, just to have something on there. "Hey." Emily approached, carrying a small bag over her arm. "How's Billy?" Kayla sighed as she straightened up. "He had over 20 stitches and is pretty beat up over it. I left him sleeping because I figured it would be the best thing for him." Emily nodded. "He's a tough old guy. I'm sure he'll be fine." Kayla smiled softly. Tough wasn't the word that came to mind, as she'd practically dragged him from the car to his bedroom. He'd leaned heavily on her, the painkiller's effects making him wobble like he'd had a pint of hard cider. Not that Grandpa was ever one to drink. "Me too. He's going to have a rough couple of days, but then should be good to go." She rubbed her forehead. Caring for an ailing elderly man was a lot of work on top of everything else she had to do. Speaking of which, she'd better get started on the special orders. Foot traffic was light, and she didn't have a moment to spare. She lifted her gaze to Emily and blinked to clear the fog from her head. Thank you for watching the booth yesterday. I don't know what I would have done without you. Emily swatted the air. It was great. I worked both sides, telling the leather people all about the saddle soap that's available in our online store and the soap buyers about the mugs you guys have. Oh. You'll need to bring some more in. I sold everything on the shelves and in the box under the table. Kayla's mouth fell open. That was 75 mugs. Emily wiggled her eyebrows. I'm very persuasive. Kayla chuckled. I really owe you. No way. Emily pulled the bag off her arm. I almost forgot. I saw this in the yarn booth a couple days ago, and it looked like you. She pulled a burnt orange scarf out. The pattern was simple, with one large braid down the middle. It's so pretty. Simple and elegant, like you. Emily wrapped it around Kayla's neck and stepped back to take a look. She made an adjustment. There. It looks great. Kayla fingered the soft alpaca yarn. I'm the one who should be buying you something. She glanced at Emily, and like the flicker of a candle, an idea started to form. A leather cuff would fit around her thin wrist and hang slightly. It had 2 layers of leather. The bottom, thinner piece would be painted teal blue, and the top leather above would be stained dark brown. A pumpkin shape, as well as a few tumbling leaves wrapped around the band, would get cut out of the darker leather so the blue peeked through. She squeezed her eyes shut in an attempt to block the inspiration. There was no time, and she couldn't allow herself to become distracted. Maybe next year. Are you okay? Asked Emily. Kayla shook herself and opened her eyes. Yeah. Sorry. Late night. I had to finish this special bag, and she paused to pull the bag out of the fabric she'd wrapped it in. I haven't slept much. Emily gasped as she reached out to gently brush her fingers over the leather. It's so pretty. Thanks. I really love this one. She gazed longingly at it. Maybe she could work 1 or 2 more in over the summer and sell them. Limited editions sold for more, anyway. She ignored the business side of her brain that told her how many leather companies were out there, fighting for a foothold in the community. Anyway, the buyer is supposed to come by today. I can't wait to see her face. Emily grinned. Excuse me, called a woman from the soap booth. Is anyone working today? She put her hand on her hip and popped it out to the side. Oh. Gotta go. Emily hurried over to help her, a wide, easy smile on her face. Nothing threw that girl off. Hello, called Mabel. She waved, her hand flapping like a flag in the weekly festival parade. I'm here for my new companion bag. She bellied right up to the register. Today she wore a long, knitted wrap in mustard yellow that hung to her mid-thigh, and she had a matching beret. A jewel-studded pumpkin brooch held the wrap closed over her chest and added a bit of sparkle. I'm going to take it everywhere with me. Kayla's heart lifted. With all she'd been through over the last couple days, this was the moment that had kept her going. I have it right here. She lifted the bag and placed it on the counter, fighting the urge to wave her hand in front of it like a salesperson on QVC. Mabel pulled back, placing her hand over her chest as if she'd seen a snake. What is that? She spat out the last word. It's your custom, one-of-a-kind bag. Kayla glanced at the supple leather and back to Mabel. Just as you ordered. Mabel grabbed at the rim, yanking down on the leather to look inside. Kayla cringed at the crease she made. It's okay, she told herself. It's her bag. No. No, 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 no. This isn't what I had in mind at all. She shoved the bag away and folded her arms over her chest. It simply won't do. What do you mean? Kayla pulled the sketch she'd made out of her back pocket. She'd been carrying it around as a talisman of sorts. Something that she could touch when she felt discouraged, which was often over the last 2 days. She flattened it out on the counter. This is exactly what you told me. But it wasn't what I meant. She shoved the bag toward Kayla, almost knocking it off the counter. I'm afraid I'll need a different one. Kayla grabbed the handles and held on for dear life. There isn't another bag. This was a special order. One of a kind. Her voice rose with panic. Then I'll take a refund. Was she kidding? What's wrong with this bag? Kayla held it up. Well, the pocket isn't big enough, the loops are too big, and quite frankly, I'm not in love with the color. Kayla clamped her teeth together to keep the primordial scream building in the back of her throat from bursting forth. She grasped onto Grandpa's policy. There's no refunds on deposits for special orders. Thank goodness. For Grandpa, putting a name on the back of a belt meant not being able to sell it if the buyer backed out. Of course, he'd always work with the customer and try to make them happy, but sometimes you had to stick to your guns. Mabel shook her shoulders and drew to her full height. You promised me the perfect bag. This is not the bag I saw in my dreams. You can't make me pay for it. She yelled the last part, drawing attention from several festival goers and the large group that had just gotten off a tour bus. The whole lot of them paused and stared. Kayla's face heated, and the beautiful scarf was suddenly too tight around her neck. She pulled on it. Ma'am, I only promised what was on this paper. The woman grabbed the paper out from under Kayla's palm and crushed it in her fist. You didn't say anything about a non-refundable deposit, she screamed, her face turning red and her whole frame shaking. She was a madwoman. Kayla, exhausted and worn, cowered beneath her tirade that rained spittle. You've stolen my money. Help. Police. Police. This woman is a thief. Don't buy anything from this booth. They take your money. Police. Kayla covered her face. Ma'am, you're causing a scene. Dean's deep voice broadcast over the top of Mabel's frantic and accusatory one. Kayla, frozen in place by the horror that was her one and only beyond the bag customer, stared. If you don't calm down, Dean continued, I'm going to have to escort you from the festival. Kayla wanted to kiss him for being her knight in shining uniform. Well, she wanted to kiss him pretty much all the time, but she would have crawled over the counter to get to him if it wouldn't have ruined his credibility as a security guard in this moment. Mabel flipped a switch and was all charm. Wonderful. You're here, and so quickly too. She giggled like a teenage girl with a crush. Not that anyone could blame her. Dean made quite the picture with his arm straining the navy uniform shirt and his wavy hair falling against his temple, begging to be brushed aside. This woman has stolen my money, and I want it back. She pointed a finger at Kayla. Dean barely glanced at her. In the brief moment their eyes met, Kayla's body roasted like a sweet almond. The energy was palpable. It was a good thing he had the strength to look away, because she was too tired to resist him. I doubt that. Maybe there was a misunderstanding? Mabel narrowed her eyes. False advertising is what happened. I didn't get what she promised. Everyone, and it felt like absolutely everyone at the festival, was now crowded around her booth. Any other time, she'd be happy that there were so many customers eager to observe a class or just watch the process. But this wasn't helpful at all. She'd be lucky if anyone stopped by for the rest of the day. On the other hand, that would give her plenty of time to work on special orders. I made what she wanted. Kayla placed the bag on the counter, being careful to straighten the crease Mabel had carelessly made. It didn't seem to be permanently in the leather, which was good, because she'd have to sell it to someone else now. If she found another buyer. Maybe Betty in the yarn booth would be interested or could help her place this piece. It was so specific to knitting that it would be difficult to repurpose. Dean let out a low whistle. That's amazing. He cleared his throat as if he'd forgotten that he was supposed to be professional and needed to get back into security guard mode. Thanks. Kayla did her best to remain professional. His open admiration, short as it had been, was a balm to her scarred spirit. With a heavy sigh, she held out her hand. If I can see your card, I will refund your deposit. Grandpa would love seeing that go through on the day's end receipt. She'd have to deduct the funds from her pay, but what did she care? It wasn't worth the fight. Sure, now that the police are here. Mabel spoke loudly so that all those watching could hear. Kayla bit back her response that she was only doing it to get rid of the woman. She truly wasn't worth the hassle. Mabel dug into her shirt for her credit card and pulled it out of her bra. Dean glanced away as she did so, and Kayla hid her smirk. Mabel wasn't earning any friends by keeping her card and her unmentionables, which she'd proved last time that she didn't mind mentioning. All right, everyone, move along. Dean waved his arms as if scattering geese. If you're not here to purchase one of these fine products, then let's keep the aisle open for those who want to get in. That was sweet of him, but no one wanted to get into her booth. She could only imagine the rumors that would fly around the festival today. Not to mention what would be posted online. Not that Grandpa hadn't faced internet trolls before. He had several who thought he was boring and grumpy. However, his loyal fanbase ignored them. Kayla ran the refund as fast as she could and handed back the card. There you are. She didn't bother to wish the woman a good day. Mabel was out of there in a flash, the damage in her wake none of her concern. Kayla slumped against the register stand. Dean came around and put a hand on her lower back. Sorry. She lifted her gaze to meet his wonderful, stormy eyes. For what? You did great. He shook his head. I should have been here sooner. She huffed. It's over now. I just need to let it go. She rubbed the spot on her neck where a large knot formed and had no interest in vacating. He picked up the bag and put it over his shoulder. What do you think? Can I pull this off? She smiled for what felt like the first time in days. Totally. Although I'd need to shorten the straps. The top of the bag was at level with his belt. Now you have stock for your new line. He took the bag off and set it gently on the counter. She noticed that his watch band had darkened around the edges where it absorbed the oils in his skin. The sight made her smile again. Someone wearing her work made her truly happy. She wrapped the bag back up in its protective fabric. There's not going to be a new line. What? Why not? I'm going partners with Grandpa. Her mouth was dry, and try as she might, she couldn't seem to swallow properly. I thought you, he trailed off. Wait, what did he say to you? She cocked her head. Nothing. I mean, he offered me half his company. So you say no? Dean glared. I can't say no. Sure, you can. It's easy. Try it. She wasn't going to play this game. No. See? She rolled her eyes. That's not what I meant. I can't tell him no. You should see him, Dean. He's so fragile right now. So are you. I'm not. He put his hands on her shoulders and crouched down so he was the same height. You're starting a new thing, and that can be scary. Don't let him control you. His words were heavy, so much heavier than just the issue with Grandpa and his business. He's not controlling me. I chose this. You chose to go your own way, and he's sucking you back in. I've been there, Kayla. My dad did it 3 times before I was finally able to break free. She threw off his arms. Your dad was abusive. My grandpa has never laid a finger on me. There are other kinds of abuse. He's not abusing me. She clamped her lips together, regretting how loud she'd spoken. Leaning in so she could talk softer and still be heard, she said, Don't put your demons on me. He yanked back from her as if she'd punched him in the nose. I'm trying to help you break free and be your own person. Kayla rolled her eyes. There's a difference between family loyalty and manipulations. It's a mighty fine line. Maybe. But I picked this out of love. Grandpa's been my whole family for a long time, and I want him to be happy. He doesn't want the same for you, Dean pressed. Of course he does. No. He plotted a course and expects you to follow along. Anger filled her. Partly because what he said felt true, at least a little bit. Mostly because he had such a low opinion of the man who raised her. And what are you doing? Me? Yeah. You're so afraid of becoming your father that you go the exact opposite direction. You're still following him, still pushing your family away, still afraid to love people because they might hurt you. He shook his head. I fell in love with you, she gasped. And a lot of good it did me. He turned on his heel and stormed out of the tent. Goodbye, Kayla. Kayla stared after him in shock. You love me? She asked his back. He didn't turn around to answer. Chapter 17. Dean stormed into the security office, anger making his body numb. Good. He should hold on to that, because when he could feel again, that goodbye was going to hurt. He slammed the door closed behind him. The sheriff was sitting at the computer, typing away. What's crawled in your coffee? I think I figured out who's been doing the wrong change scam on the booths. He dropped into the chair, feeling heavy and suddenly old. The sheriff perked up. Yeah? She just had an altercation in the leather tent. Didn't mind creating a stir and was sweet as taffy the moment I showed up. You'd never suspect her. He rattled off a description. The sheriff copied it all down. I'll let the vendors know to watch out for her. Unless we catch her in the act, we won't be able to prove it's her. The trouble with the scam was that the vendors didn't realize they were missing $50 or even $100 until they counted out the till at the end of the night. By then, they'd serviced hundreds of people and had no idea who had stolen money. However, they all remembered someone telling them they'd given her the wrong change. She's probably skipped town, Dean groused. I'll have Cabrera check the B&Bs. The sheriff turned back to his computer and pecked out a quick email to the police. When he finished, he glared at Dean. Why are you still sitting here? Dean ran his thumb along his jaw. I want to be back on nights. Nights? What are you saying? I don't want to do workdays anymore. Too many people. Or too much of one person. He shifted in his seat as he thought back to the argument with Kayla. She didn't know what she was talking about. Her grandpa was forcing her into the company against her will. Why couldn't she see that? Family loyalty didn't mean you had to do what they said. Chad will be happy to be back on full days. But are you sure? If I make this change, I can't undo it until next year. Dad stood and made his way to the door. That's fine with me. He went out and shut the door behind him. The scent of pumpkin hot chocolate beckoned him to the chocolate booth, but he wasn't going to face whatever Westbrook was there today and satisfy his craving. He needed to start looking around for a new city, a fresh start. He'd come back to Harvest Ranch to figure out who he was and if there was a place for him here. He thought he'd found that with Kayla. Without her, this town was empty. And he wasn't going to wait around to see her fall in love with someone else. Chapter 18. The colors at the festival were the same, the pumpkins just as cute, and the music just as loud. But for Kayla, there was something missing, and that something was Dean Westbrook. That's high-quality Italian leather. Grandpa extolled the virtues of their wallet selection while Kayla hammered away, tooling the sixth belt that day, all of them the same pattern. There was no end to her boredom. Been in business over 30 years. Grandpa continued to chat up the guy. My granddaughter's going to take over for me when I eventually retire. She's a natural. The design was popular, and she should be glad. Grandpa's pride over her decision was a reminder that she was a partner now and collected a portion of the profits. However, even though her hands were in the work, her heart had locked itself behind a closed door, making every move feel like someone else was in her body. That's a good choice. Grandpa closed the sale and grinned at the happy customer. Your brother's going to use that for years to come. He thanked Grandpa and strolled out of the booth. Kayla had no idea what he looked like, she'd kept her head down the entire time. A couple of weeks ago, she would have at least glanced up so she could put a face with the order. Grandpa reached for his white chocolate raspberry cocoa and took a long pull. Today was his first day back at the festival, and he'd wanted something sweet to keep him warm. Indulging in a frou-frou drink, as he usually called Presley's Cocos, was unusual for him. He was holding up pretty well, all things considered, so she wasn't going to call him out on it. He lumbered to his feet and made his way to the work table, where he settled back down on the stool across from her. Normally, in these moments, they would both be working, the sound of their mallets tapping off rhythm and creating a music all their own. Since Grandpa's hand was wrapped in 20 layers of gauze, it was just her. He watched her for a time, the silence between them made comfortable by years of shared workspaces. "Looks like you've got this all handled." Kayla didn't look up. She was adding the details on a leaf and didn't want to go outside the line she'd traced earlier. "Yeah. I think I'll head home." Her chin lifted at this. "How?" He shrugged. "I'll take one of the hay wagons if I have to. Doesn't seem to be a shortage of people willing to give an old man a ride around here." Kayla's lips twitched, but the smile that tickled at her just wouldn't make an appearance, or couldn't come out. She wasn't sure which it was. "Okay. Let me know if you get stranded or something." He shook his head as he stood up. "You worry too much." "You don't worry enough," she fired back. He paused and looked at her, hard. Something in his eyes reminded her of the other day when she'd asked about her mother. He opened his mouth, and she held her breath, afraid that she'd scare him off the subject that tugged at his thoughts. Simple questions sometimes didn't have simple answers. A part of her wanted more than anything to know what had happened back then, and the other part was scared of learning the truth. People said that the truth would set you free, but she wasn't naive enough to believe that all truth was happy or good. Some truth was hard and ugly. After a moment, Grandpa turned away, and the breath whooshed out of her. He ambled off, tossing his cocoa cup in the garbage, canned with an orange liner. The week before Halloween, the cleanup crew switched to the pumpkin-faced garbage bags. It was one of the details that made the festival so fun for visitors. Kayla put her head down and went back to work. If only this pattern would occupy her mind as much as it occupied her hands. "You okay?" Wynne set a cup of cocoa on the counter next to Kayla. She stared at it for a moment, wondering what flavor it was, because she didn't recognize the scent. "I figured you could use a healing balm. This is Presley's personal heartbreak healing mix." Kayla smelled the cup. Chocolate hit her first, but it was followed by cinnamon and orange and vanilla. Maybe. She just knew it smelled like heaven, and she could use a sip of that today. "Thank you." She took a small taste to make sure the temperature was safe and then gulped down half the cup. Wynne offered a consoling smile. "That bad, huh?" "Worse." She gasped for air as she pulled the cup away and wiped her mouth with the back of her sleeve just in case she'd dribbled. "Hey." Kayla and Wynne turned to see Leanne, Dean's twin, stomping into the booth. "What are you doing consorting with the enemy?" She playfully shoved Wynne's shoulder. "We're supposed to boycott all things Kayla in a show of familial solidarity." Kayla felt the blood drain from her face. "Is that a thing? For reals?" If the Westbrooks had it out for her, and therefore Grandpa, because of her breakup with Dean, it could spell trouble for them all over town. Leanne and Wynne exchanged a look. Leanne started laughing. "No way." Wynne shook her head. "We're so not like that." "But, don't you look out for each other?" If there was no loyalty in the Westbrook family, it was no wonder Dean had issues with her sticking by Grandpa. She'd always thought the Westbrooks were like zucchini in a garden, there were a lot of them and they stuck together. Except for Dean and Leanne's black sheep father. Oh, and Brody. Okay, maybe they weren't as close as she thought after all. "We do." Wynne leaned a hip against the counter. "If it wasn't for the Westbrooks, I don't think I would have survived losing Thatcher." Leanne nodded. "And I wouldn't have gotten my degree if Scott and Karen hadn't helped with college applications and such. They even paid tuition one semester and saved me from dropping out." Kayla chewed her lip, thinking about when Scott and Karen had appeared in her booth and invited Dean to Thanksgiving. Dean never said anything. He doesn't know. I was too embarrassed to tell anyone that I couldn't do it all on my own. I went begging them for a job. She lifted a shoulder. "Truth is, we haven't talked much since we graduated." Her shoulders fell. "I missed him." Wynne rubbed Leanne's shoulder. Leanne blew out her lips. I came over hoping to talk you into getting back together with him, maybe have his love child or something so he'd stay in town. Kayla choked on her cocoa. What? Leanne held up her palms. I'm kidding. Her eyes darted to the side. Sort of. I mean, a niece or nephew would be nice. Wynne covered her mouth to hide her laughter. You can borrow my kids anytime. Yay. Leanne clapped her palms together. Phew. Kayla swiped her arm across her forehead. Glad we got that figured out without me having to explain to Grandpa that I trapped Dean into staying in Harvest Ranch, and oh, by the way, can I have 3 months maternity leave? Sarcasm, a tone she rarely adopted, dripped like maple syrup from her words. Oddly, she felt a little better. Wynne and Leanne chuckled together. I like her, Leanne whined. Can we please keep her? Wynne nodded. I planned on it. Kayla's heart warmed, which caused tears to sting her eyes. You guys. She stomped her foot. I hate this. She threw back the rest of her heartbreak cocoa. Tell me Dean's as miserable as I am. He is. Leanne promised. I call it twintuition. He's miserable. I feel it all over, like I was dunked in a vat of butterbeer and it's drying on my skin. I saw him last night right after closing, he hasn't shaved, and his hair was a mess, when offered. My guess is he sleeps all day and then is haunted by missing you as he walks the festival aisle with no one but the man in the moon to keep him company. Kayla and Leanne looked at her, then at each other, then back at her. What? She pulled a face. I read bedtime stories, give me a break. They all chuckled. Kayla sniffed. What is it? Asked Wynne. I thought knowing he was miserable would help me feel better, but I just feel double worse. Oh, friend. That's because you're in love. Wynne gave her a half-sad, half-goofy smile. Leanne shoved away from the counter and stomped out. Where are you going? Wynne called after her. To pound my brother, Leanne threw over her shoulder. Don't get arrested. Wynne yelled. Leanne paused and flipped around. If he arrests me, I'll call Stacy May. Sisters unite. She lifted a fist into the air and then took off again. I appreciate her determination. Kayla glanced down at the belt and sighed. I may not be able to make my love life better, but I should do something about my career. Like what? Wynne leaned her chin on her fist. Like have an honest talk with Grandpa. The words popped out. It didn't take long for them to resonate inside of her as the correct path. She drew in a breath, a good test to see if the idea spoke to her soul. If she pushed out the breath and her courage went with it, then she'd end up back on the stool, stamping palm fronds into leather. She released the breath and waited. The only thing she felt was more peace, and a little dread. The last time she'd had a talk with the old man, he'd ended up in stitches. She'd have to pick her timing a little better. Anything I can do? Wynne asked. Kayla smiled. You've helped me so much, thanks. Wynne returned her smile. Okay, then. I'm going back to work. Kayla nodded. She had a couple hours before she could close up, and a couple projects to finish. Which was fine. The resentment that had been there before had lessened and made the tools feel lighter in her hands. Maybe even ugly truth had the ability to bring release. She'd find out soon enough. Kayla tiptoed into the house. It was after 10, and the lights were off except for the soft glow of the television in the front room. She walked softly, her worn tennis shoes brushing the carpet. Grandpa sat in his recliner, an old cop show blasting a car chase on screen. Haven't you seen this 10 times already? She asked as she entered the room. He would have heard the back door squeak and know she was there, even though she'd been afraid to burst in. It wasn't startling him that was the worry, it was knowing that she had to find out about herself. There were things she needed to know. I like the explosions, Grandpa replied, which brought a smile to her face. She sat on the arm of the sofa, facing him, her hands in her lap. Can we talk? Grandpa hesitated before reaching for the remote and muting the ad. You've got good timing. She smiled softly as she slid around to the cushion to sit down. It felt like her timing was 12 years too late. Grandpa, I know it might be hard for you, but I want to know about my mom. Need to know. She glanced at her palms, wondering for the thousandth time if they were like her mother's or if she'd gotten some gene from her dad for dainty hands. These were questions people wanted answers to. Usually, they knew them before they were 5, or they had access to the answers. Grandpa grunted and lowered his chin to his chest as if the question pounded on him. When he finally tried to speak, he had to clear his throat of emotion first. Your mom brought you here because she knew she was dying. Dying? Of all the answers she'd imagined over the years, Kayla hadn't once considered that her mom had died. She barely remembered the day they'd come here and Mom had told her that Grandpa was going to take care. But she said she was going on a trip. He nodded. She didn't know how to tell you. Neither did I. He huffed. I guess we had that in common. Kayla stared at the screen as an actress showed off her dishwashing gloves as if they were made of gold. Her mother was gone. The very idea was off-kilter. Grandpa began crying in earnest. Kayla moved so she could place a hand on his hand. She had some disease. I don't know what, and I didn't ask because I didn't want to know. He shuddered. She checked herself into some hospital in Florida for people who are dying, dropped you here, and then drove away. I got a call a week later saying she'd passed away and they'd sprinkled her ashes out at sea. He took his hand out from under hers and dug in his robe pocket for his handkerchief, which he used to wipe his face and blow his nose. We didn't get along before, and I think she was worried I wouldn't take care of her in the end. His thin bottom lip quivered. Kayla rubbed his arm. She saw his unrelenting need to provide a living for her through new eyes. He was trying to make up for a failure, to do better in round 2 than he'd done with round 1. And wasn't that what life was for? To have a second, third, or 10th try at getting it right? Grandpa, you've cared for me all my days. I couldn't have asked for more. He nodded, a tear falling off his chin and landing on his robe. I've tried, he choked out. You did so much more than I ever expected, even giving me your company. She drew in a breath. This next part was going to be tough on top of the mountain they'd already climbed. But I can't accept. Sure, you can. It's. She pressed a kiss to his forehead. Grandpa, I admire you. I truly do. You've made your company and your brand into the top brand in the world. I'm so proud of you. He flushed pink, not used to so much emotion in a year, let alone a day. In all your hard work, your drive, your determination, and your creativity, you gave me a gift you didn't know you were giving. He tipped his head, curious. She held tight to his good hand. I love what we do. I can't imagine doing anything else in life beside creating beautiful leather pieces. It feeds my soul and makes me whole. His eyes softened. You awoke a need to create inside of me. She placed her other hand over her heart. If I take your company, I will only be tooling leather. If I start my own, I'll be crafting it. Do you understand the difference? She silently pleaded with him to understand that this wasn't about saying no to him as much as it was saying yes to herself. He closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them, there was a sparkle there. I had an idea for you. But I thought it was dumb. Now I wonder if it wasn't an angel sending me a message. Oh? She had no idea he believed in angels or that they brought messages. This night was full of revelations. Grandpa took the pad of paper off the side table and flipped a couple of pages. He turned the pad around and pointed to the upper right-hand corner. Your brand. Beyond the bag, right? She reached for the pad with shaking hands. Grandpa had drawn a scrolling B with the number 2 next to it so it looked like B2, reminding her of the math required to create a pattern. Then he'd circled it 5 times, the circles not quite lining up so they were a little messy, like the inside of a woman's purse. The whole thing was like life, striving for precision but with room for the unexpected parts. And it had a definite nod to his brand, which was 2 uppercase B's, 1 frontwards and 1 backwards, like this, B. She pressed her fingers over her lips. It's perfect. He nodded. Like you. She scoffed. Hardly. Well, there's one young man who would agree with me. Kayla frowned. Not anymore. It was Grandpa's turn to pat her hand. Then he's an idiot. Kayla burst out laughing. I love you, Grandpa. She kissed his cheek and stood up. She had a lot to digest tonight. There were other questions, but they could wait until both of them had a chance to recover from this talk. It could take a while, considering it was the first one they'd ever had that didn't involve a cowhide. Enjoy your show. Kayla made her way down the hall and got ready for bed. Her heart ached for Dean and for her mother, whom she wouldn't be able to find. No wonder her searches came up with nada. Now, at least, the heartbreak over being abandoned was complete and somehow softened by the knowledge that Mom hadn't had a choice. Her heartbreak over Dean? That one would always be raw, because he could have picked her and he didn't. Chapter 19. Dean. Dean moaned at the sight of his twin sister walking toward him. The moon was high and bright, which meant that it was probably midnight. You shouldn't be here, he said from a few feet away. Leanne snorted like she had when they were kids, and he'd tell her to get out of his room and leave him alone. Man. He was a broody teenager. Not that he hadn't had a lot to brood over back then, but he could have made life easier for his twin. Thankfully, she'd never taken offense. Leanne was the one person he always felt at home with, the one who would accept him no matter how grumpy he became. He'd never scared her off, and he doubted he'd be able to shake her tonight. Her jaw was set, which meant she had something to say. Don't tell me, he started. Stacy Mays is in trouble. You always expect the worst. She rolled her eyes. Here. She thrust a lunch sack his way. He took it, expecting it to be light as a donut, only to scramble not to drop it as the weight was more than he anticipated. You all right there? She lifted a teasing eyebrow. What's this? The scent of banana hit his nose, and he was taken back in time. No way. He opened the bag and reached inside to pull out a chocolate chip banana cookie. He took a bite, and his whole body slumped in pleasure. I haven't had one of these in years. Leanne smiled. I know. I went to see Grandma Westbrook a couple days ago, and she had her recipe book open. I snapped a picture. She reached into the bag and took a cookie out for herself. Munching quietly, they fell into step. Dean had rounds to make, and apparently, Leanne was coming with him. You visit her often? He had yet to see his grandma. I heard she's got dementia. She does. Leanne finished her cookie and brushed the crumbs off her hands. She has spells, as the family calls them. She still knows people, recognizes them. So that's good. Dean nodded. He'd put off going to see Grandma, afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle it if she didn't know his name. She'd been an oasis of peace and baked goods growing up, and he missed her terribly. It's weird. I want to see her, but I don't. Like Kayla? Leanne ventured. Dean scowled. Not at all like Kayla. Because every part of you wants to see her? Stop pushing me. He threw the last half of his third cookie in his mouth and chewed ferociously. We both know it's better not to pull up the hurt and stare at it. Leanne stopped. No, no it's not. Dean hurried on, not wanting to hear what else she had to say. Dean. She ran after him, grabbing his elbow to pull him to a stop. Listen. What you're feeling now is totally normal. He scoffed. It is. She stomped her foot. If you're in love. He went still. Nothing could have stopped him from running away from the turmoil inside of him, except those words. Love? Love shouldn't hurt like this. She nodded. Love can. He rubbed his chest where the swirling grew stronger. Why were words so inadequate at times? She nodded. Because you're apart. Because you broke each other's hearts. Because she's your other half and you can't live without her. Her eyes shone in the moonlight. Are you crying? He asked incredulously. She smacked his arm. I swear I got all the feelings. She swiped at her eyes. He chuckled and pulled her in for a brotherly hug. I just want you to be happy, she said into his uniform shirt. And I want you here in Harvest Ranch, where I can yell at you anytime I want. He chuckled as he lightly rubbed his knuckles on her head. She swatted him away and stepped back. Dean, Kayla's your chance at a beautiful life. Don't screw that up. He nodded. I know. That's exactly why I can't have her. Her forehead wrinkled in confusion. Say what? I've thought long and hard about your two halves, one whole theory. Aristotle. What? He blinked. It's not my theory, it's Aristotle's. But go on. She rolled her hand. Well, let's say, for argument's sake, that dad and mom were two halves of the same soul. They found each other and they're supposed to be complete. But dad's half of the soul was broken, so even joining with mom's didn't complete him. Okay. She wasn't throwing his theory out, so he continued. Well, Kayla may be my other half, but I'm broken too. He lifted his hands and let them drop again. I can't put her through that. Leanne stared hard at him, then she kicked his shin. Pain ricocheted through his lower leg, and he jumped away from her. What was that for? Oh, did that hurt? She asked, all pretend innocence. Yeah. He rubbed at the spot. Good. She went to kick him again, and he moved out of the way. See? Her eyes lit up. You can learn. He dodged her next attempt and the next. What are you doing? His sister had gone crazy. Sometimes you have to learn things the hard way, so I'm helping you along. She missed a kick, and when her foot landed on the grass, it slid, taking her to a knee. She laughed as she righted herself. He watched his sister warily. Is there a point here? She gulped and nodded. The point is, we went through a lot of pain. It can either teach us something, or we can live in it. You learn to move out of the way when I kick you. She grinned wickedly, as only little sisters can do. Dean, sometimes the best example in life is the worst example. I look at everything Dad was and is and did and didn't do, and I can see what I shouldn't be and what I want to do and don't want to do. He was a horrible husband, but you can learn from that. You've already experienced the pain of it, so you're that much further ahead. Dean rubbed his jaw as her words settled in. I feel like I'm living every bit of my life trying not to be him. Then you must be doing something right. Once again, her words hit him like a ton of bricks, or maybe it was a ton of truths. Either way, it rested on his soul like a blanket, holding him steady and safe in the knowledge that he was on the right path. Only without Kayla, the path was empty. I gotta get her back, he blurted. Moving toward the parking lot, he was shocked when Leanne once again hooked his elbow and pulled him to a stop. Hold on there. What? I need to go to her house, I need her. His vehemence surprised even him. Kayla was his other half, and he could be a good man for her if he worked at it. And a work like that was all sweetness and not at all a burden. Yeah, but you also broke her heart. So. What? You're going to have to apologize as big as the hurt. He stared. Explain that? She started moving her hands. If you hurt her this much, then your apology has to be this big. She moved her hands wider. If you hurt her this much, you need to apologize this big. Sometimes words aren't enough. Are you sure? I read a lot of books, she insisted. The hero always goes big. If you say so, he thought for a minute. What could he do that was big enough to make up for walking away from her? I need to make a phone call. To, she asked. He grinned. I'm not telling. But if you want to be here at opening, you'll have a front row seat. Leanne growled. I stayed up late to make those cookies, tell me. He laughed. Nope. He hugged her. But thanks for being smarter than me. She hugged him back. Hey, you're the oldest. I'm the smartest. She pushed him back. Now go sweep that girl off her feet. You read too many books. He grinned as he waved goodbye. Leanne went back to the parking lot, and he pulled out his phone and dialed the police. Hey Sheriff, I need to have someone arrested. Chapter 20. I'll take it. Kayla gave a small smile to the woman holding her knitting bag. She should be thrilled that the bag sold, especially with the price tag, which was 3 times as much as anything else in the booth. But all she felt was a deep emptiness inside of her, like a part of her soul was missing. That's great, she said with as much enthusiasm as she could. She'd added her new brand logo to the bottom right corner of the front in gold leafing. It shimmered in the morning light. The woman didn't seem to mind that Kayla wasn't bouncing around the booth. She was already taking things out of the bags she'd carried in and was stuffing them into the new bag. Her card cleared, and Kayla handed it back along with a receipt. Happy Halloween. You too. I love your costume, by the way. Kayla glanced down at her black and white striped shirt and her black pants. She'd bought the bandit costume online after her and Dean's first kiss, thinking it would be funny. But without Dean to share the joke with, it was just sad. Sirens suddenly filled the air, making the costume-wearing crowd jump. What's that? Wynn called from her booth. The children's parade isn't until this evening, right? Kayla nodded. It's always after school. Wynn's hand pressed to her chest. My kids would kill me if they missed it. The sirens grew louder and were joined by the sound of a motorcycle. Flashing lights appeared at the end of the row, and one black motorcycle and 2 police motorcycles approached. The air whooshed out of Kayla's lungs as she recognized the man on the black motorcycle, Dean. Even with the helmet on and the face guard down, she could tell it was him. He pulled to a stop in front of her booth and cut the engine. The police officers turned off the sirens but left the lights flashing. A crowd gathered quickly, pressing in and chatting about what was going down. Kayla would have thought the whole thing funny, what with everyone sporting costumes, but she was too focused on Dean to care about anything else. Why was he being followed by police? The 2 motorcycle police officers hung close behind him, as if they weren't too keen on him getting away. Chris looked like he was ready to handcuff the first person who stepped out of line. Dean parked his bike, killed the engine, ripped off his helmet, and then threw a leg over the seat and came running to her. She tore around the register stand to meet him. What's going on? Dean Westbrook, called Chris. You're not getting away with this. He parked his machine and climbed off. Dean clasped her hands. I'm in trouble. What did you do? She glanced back and forth between the advancing police chief and Dean's oddly calm face. I fell in love with you. You, She gave him her full attention. Where she expected to see fear, all she found was love. So much love it swept her worries away and brought her heart rate to dangerous levels. I'm in love with you, Kayla. He reached for her hands and held tight. I'm so sorry I hurt you. I was trying to protect you from me. Kayla's mind raced with his words. But, I wanted you. He chuckled. I want you too. More than anything. Dean, said Chris. They turned as one to look at the police chief. I'm going to have to haul you in. Kayla's hand tightened around Dean's. Why? He broke your heart, confessed to the crime and everything. Kayla half laughed, half wanted to slug Dean in the arm. This was a joke? He shook his head solemnly. It's not a joke. I don't deserve you. I messed up so badly that I may not get another chance with you. The chief stepped forward. Say the word, Kayla, and I'll run this guy out of town. Kayla considered all they'd been through, all the things she'd told Dean and the way she'd opened herself up to him. Then she thought about how he'd pushed her away and said things that hurt. Like her and Grandpa. Like him and his family. People say things, she started slowly, the thoughts forming as she spoke, and they can sting so badly you don't want to go on. Dean brushed his fingers down her cheek. His touch was so soft, so full of yearning that it almost did her in. But when people belong together, it shows, because they always find their way back. She leaned into his touch. Like you coming home to Harvest Ranch. It's where you belong. Dean kissed her cheek. It's only home because you're here, he whispered in her ear. This is where I belong. He touched his lips to hers, barely brushing them together. I won't have to find my way back ever again, because I'm never leaving. Any sorrow and any reservations, Kayla had melted, and she fell into his embrace, kissing him as if there was no one watching. All right. All right. The chief nudged them. Save some for the honeymoon, you too. Kayla blushed all the way down to her worn sneakers. Dean grinned as if he was already contemplating a honeymoon, which caused her lower belly to burn and do a somersault. The chief faced the crowd and lifted his hands. There's nothing to see here, folks. Move along, and have a happy Halloween. The crowd cheered. Kayla ducked into Dean's arm, wanting to hide from all the attention. I can't believe you brought the cops into this. He chuckled. I figured if we both had records, I wouldn't feel so intimidated by you. He kissed Kayla's forehead, then glanced around to see if anyone was watching. Kayla did the same. The crowd had thinned quickly, and there was just the normal foot traffic left. Now that we're almost alone. Yes? She lifted her chin and took in his gray eyes and the wrinkles at the corners. There weren't many. Maybe one day she'd see more, but it wouldn't matter. He'd still be the handsomest man she ever met. He wrapped her tightly in his arms and swayed as if they were dancing. I want to marry you. Dean Westbrook, she stuttered. You can't just say things like that. He laughed. Why not? I want to hold you forever. Seems like marriage is a great way to make that happen. But. You love me, don't you? Yeah, but. I love you. She closed her eyes, letting the words fill her like Presley's Heartbreak Cocoa, all warm and full of flavors. That woman knew what she was doing. Yes, she whispered. Yes? He asked in disbelief. It was her turn to laugh. Yes. Does that surprise you? I thought I'd have to do a lot more talking. She couldn't help the smile and laughter that bubbled up inside of her. You're a man of action, and I like that. He grinned and then kissed her, his smile wide against her lips. She held fast to his arms before wrapping her fingers into his hair. This man was more than she could handle in all the best ways, and he was everything she ever wanted. She couldn't wait to start a life with him. Chapter 21. Kayla glanced down at her satin wedding dress. She was not a lace girl, but this thick satin made her feel so beautiful it should be a crime. The bride's room in the basement of the Harvest Ranch church was just large enough to get ready and small enough to contain her nerves. I can't believe I'm getting married, she said to the empty room. Wind bustled through the door, holding the bouquet that Kayla had left in the back of the limo when she arrived this morning. She didn't think she needed the fancy car, but Grandpa insisted she have the best. It was on the seat. No worries. Wing glanced at her and then stopped. What's wrong? Tears stung, and Kayla fought them off, flapping her hand in front of her face. I don't know how to be a wife. She gasped as the realization hit her. My dad split. Grandma was gone before I got here. Her voice went up in pitch as the panic started to take hold. Whoa. Whoa. Wynn waved her arms as if scaring off a runaway horse. She grabbed both of Kayla's hands. Breathe, she commanded. Wynn did as she said, drawing in deep breaths. Being a wife is not beyond you. She smiled encouragingly. And it comes instinctually. Promise. But her protest died off as she realized that Wynn had been married twice. She'd loved Thatcher until the day he died, and if the goofy smile on Jed's face was any indication, she was an amazing wife to him too. Wynn squeezed her hands. Be you, and you'll be all he needs. Kayla sucked in and then held the breath as she bobbed her head repeatedly. Okay. I can do that. Of course you can. Wynn let go of her hands and then reached up to adjust the tendril framing Kayla's face. Besides, one of you has to keep a level head today. What do you mean? Dean's pacing upstairs. He can't wait to marry you. Win grinned and picked up the flowers. Let's get you married. Your grandpa isn't going to last much longer either. I don't know who is more excited about this wedding, him or Dean. Kayla nodded. Over the last 6 months, Grandpa and Dean had grown together in a surprising way. Dean was the son Grandpa never had, listening to all his family stories and helping him do projects. Grandpa was the father Dean always wanted, giving out sage advice and praising him. They were coming together as a family, and it did her heart good to see it. They made their way up the steps, Wing going first to make sure the coast was clear and Dean was in the chapel. Grandpa didn't want to walk up and down the stairway, so he'd opted to meet her in the foyer. I Can't Help Falling in Love began to play over the small speakers strategically placed throughout the chapel. Wynne walked slowly down the aisle, holding her small bouquet. Grandpa offered Kayla his arm. He'd take the best man spot by Dean when they got to the preacher, but he had a job to do first. I can't believe I'm giving you away. Kayla kissed his cheek. I don't understand that phrase. It seems like our family is getting bigger, not smaller. He patted her hand, his eyes shiny with unshed tears. I love you, Kayla. As far as I'm concerned, you are a gift from God. If Dean ever treats you less than that, you let me know. I will. They made their way to the open doors, the slow notes dancing through the air, setting their pace. The chapel was full of Westbrooks. Dean had invited them all. He called it a moment of crazy, but she called it a moment of healing. His heart had opened up to his family once again. Kayla lifted her eyes to meet Dean's, and she no longer felt her feet touch the floor or her arm through Grandpa's. When they reached the preacher, Dean held out a hand, and as she slipped hers into his, the strength of 1,000 leather cords bound their souls as one.
Hi, and thanks for listening. I hope you enjoyed your time in Harvest Ranch today. There are over 20 books in the Harvest Ranch series, and you can find them all in the Kindle Lending Library on Amazon. To be notified when I upload a new book, smash that subscribe button or join my newsletter. I'll put the link in the description below. Don't forget to hit that like button. And for an ad-free listening experience, you can follow me on Patreon. For more small town romances, check out my Forbidden Kisses Snow Valley videos up now. I'll have a new Harvest Ranch romance coming up soon. And thanks for listening. Have a great day.